Chapter 1164. After making up his mind to ignore Haku, Brando grabbed the broken protrusions under the ice and carefully climbed up. Because he did not know how deep he had been swept into the ground by the avalanche, he did not know how long it would take him to see the surface. But after passing through a few sharp ice peaks, he suddenly remembered what Haku had said about the shards. He recalled what he had seen and heard in Haku's dream, and suddenly asked, "So, after that, you joined All for One for the other half of the shards?" "What?" "I mean the fragments of the other half of Cypher's heart. After you left Villeford, you should have been looking for them." Haku was silent. Brando understood her concern and replied, "Actually, you don't have to worry about it. I have no interest in the relic of eternity, but I am curious if such a thing really exists in this world. If you really don't want to say it, we can end this topic." "That's not necessary." Haku's voice sounded faintly. "I did join All for One for the sake of finding the fragments. After I left Villeford, I was looking for them. Later, by chance, I learned that All for One was also looking for these fragments. All for One is also looking for these fragments?" Brando could not help but interrupt her. "Of course, I have my own methods and sources of information, which have almost never been wrong for nearly 1,000 years. It was through this method that I learned about the existence of Cypher's heart and found the Villefort family." When talking about her methods, Haku's voice sounded calm and confident. "But how can you be sure that they are not interested in Cypher's heart itself? Or are they interested in the relic of eternity?" "Because before I confirmed this information, decades ago in the north of Erewhon, they had used the Book of Mavacart to summon demons to destroy a duchy. At that time, this matter caused a shock throughout the continent. And when I traveled around the Silver Bay after leaving Villeford, I happened to be involved in the investigation because I was looking for the whereabouts of the Book of Mavacart. During the investigation, I found that the whole thing is not as simple as it seems. There are many suspicious points. So I tried to look up a lot of documents about this incident at the time. In these records, there were many places where it was mentioned that the members of All for One were obviously looking for a certain matter at the time. Unfortunately, these obvious clues were ignored by the Holy Sanctum's chroniclers." Bai's voice was filled with disdain. "I followed the clue and found out that they were looking for a fragment without much effort. At that time, I had just learned the truth about the fragment of the eternal indestructible item, so I naturally linked the two things together." "So you sneaked into All for One because of this. Did they find the fragment?" "I've experienced a lot of things in All for One. It took me about 15 years to get to the middle and upper levels of the organization, and there's no hope for me to go any higher. Although I have had plenty of time over the past 1,000 years, that is not the problem. This organization is far more organized than tree herders. I will not waste my time, so I have decided to take the risk." "What did you do?" "I spent 3 years waiting, and another year preparing for this. Finally, I bribed an internal member to give me the opportunity to get close to the fragment. I knew that my chances of survival were not great, so I prepared the ritual of turning into the undead in advance. Later on, it proved that this matter was correct. In the process of escaping from All for One, I was seriously injured and relied on turning myself into the undead to escape. Moreover, All for One does not accept undead, so I could only escape to Madara to have a chance of survival. That happened about 30 years ago, and I lived in seclusion in Madara for 25 years to avoid the eyes of All for One. At that time, I got the fragment from them and took away a part of the Book of Mavacart." Bai's tone was flat, as if he was describing something that had nothing to do with him. Brando was secretly amazed. All for One was active in Wonde and had penetrated deeply into the world of order. Although their plans did not always succeed, it was rare to hear that they suffered losses. Bai not only infiltrated the organization, but also successfully mixed into the middle and upper levels. In terms of results alone, it was brilliant. There was no need to elaborate on what the Book of Mavacart meant to All for One. It took them so much effort to find the fragment that was related to the relic of eternity, so it was not something that could be casually discarded. This woman was calm and scheming, but when it was time to act, she was ruthless enough. If it was not for her paranoid style, Brando could not help but admire her. But at this time, He was more concerned about whether he was asking a tiger for its skin by cooperating with her. Bai seemed to have the ability to see through people's minds. She said contemptuously, "Why, are you afraid?" "A little. No one wants to provoke a madman, let alone a madman with ability and means." "I am no exception," Brando replied. "I'll take it as a compliment. I'll accept it." Brando could only be speechless about some of the words and deeds of this woman. "What about the fragment? If I remember correctly, you did not have it with you at that time, right?" Brando suddenly remembered the situation of his battle with this woman in East Metz. He could not help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he had the advantage of understanding history at that time. Otherwise, he really did not know how he would have died. "Of course I can't have it with me. All for One has not forgotten me. I know very well how those people do things. They are more vengeful than you think. Including you, you should be on their blacklist now. Don't forget how many times you have ruined their good deeds." Bai Leng laughed and said, "That time in the deadly frost forest, the trouble you caused them was no less than the impact I caused when I stole the book of Mavakart and the fragment. I advise you to pay more attention to your territory. Who knows when they will give you a big gift." Brando frowned. He also knew a lot about All for One. Obviously, he understood that what Bai said might be true. However, he was also a little helpless about this matter. He could only counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. In other words, this was called not worrying when there were too many debts. He had offended too many forces along the way. All for One, tree herders, the Empire, Madara. As for the small characters like the royal faction and the northern nobles, they could now be ignored. Now, there was another world boss, the Twilight Dragon. Compared to this one, the others were nothing. "You left the fragment in Madara?" he asked casually. "You're asking too many questions," Bai replied mercilessly. "Sorry, I just mentioned it casually." Brando replied, "But I'm a little curious. Last time in East Metz, although you were nominally working for the Supreme One with the Mercury staff, in fact, your identity as the Patriarch of Tree Herders is more important. I'm curious about why you joined Tree Herders after that. Is it the same reason as All for One?" "Humph, clever." Bai Leng replied coldly, "But this time, you guessed right. The reason I sneaked into Tree Herders was to find the fragment. I suspect that the Dragon Queen may have a fragment in her hands, but the time was too short, and I didn't have time to confirm it. I originally planned to spend the next few decades to confirm this matter, but I didn't expect to be disrupted by you. Damn it, you can't blame me for this. You were the one who made the first move." Brando's meaning was very simple. Bai Leng asked for it. "That's not what I'm angry about." Bai snorted softly. "I'm angry that I actually failed in your hands and ruined my reputation. Especially after that, your behavior was so unsightly. If you dare to reveal this experience in the future, I'll fight you to the death." Brando was speechless, especially when he thought about why this woman had been searching outside for the past 1,000 years. He felt that her last sentence might not be just a threat. For a paranoid person, her behavior could not be judged by common sense. "Oh right." Bai suddenly reacted. "I suddenly remembered something." You still owe me something." "What did you say?" Brando was stunned. He originally thought that this woman was just paranoid, but at least she was reasonable. He did not expect her to slap him in the face in the blink of an eye. He couldn't figure out how he could owe her anything. Back then, when she perished with him, he didn't get any spoils of war. If she wanted to put her losses on him, it would be too ridiculous. Moreover, if that was the case, it wouldn't just be one thing. "If I'm not wrong, you should still owe me a fragment." Brando's hand slipped and he almost fell down from the crack of the glacier. Fortunately, he had the strength in the game now. After sliding down a few dozen feet, he forcefully inserted his hand into the glacier to stop the downward trend. Then he said angrily, "I don't think this joke is funny at all, Miss Tiamas. This is not a joke. Let me ask you, did you save a little girl at Fathom Port? Bai did not care about his words and asked seriously. Brando was stunned and then nodded. Yes. That was the daughter of the flower leaf caller. Her name is, I'm not interested in her name, Bai interrupted him. At that time, she was escorted by a team of imperial knights. There was a noble among them. What was his name? Rodney, he's Veronica's younger brother. Brendel remembered this person clearly because of Veronica's relationship with him. I don't care whose brother he is. You. Brando was suddenly speechless. He began to feel that it was a very painful thing to talk to this unreasonable woman. This person is one of my men, Bai said. You should have locked them up, right? Did you search their bodies and get a fragment from them? Of course not, Brando replied subconsciously. At that time, the war was imminent. He did not have the time to collect some strange fragments. Moreover, he did not even know the existence of this thing at that time. But just as he spoke, he could not help but freeze. Bai noticed his tone and could not help but gloat. What's wrong? Can't say anything? Brando was not in the mood to pay attention to her. Because he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a thing at that time, and it almost caused a big trouble. But that thing, he did not only have one fragment. Chapter 1165. Did you really get it? Haku asked. Seeing Brando's strange expression, she had a 70 to 80% guess in her heart. That shard is the main reason I'm heading to the Kurlutz Empire's eastern Metz region, or else the black orb alone wouldn't be enough to make me move. I'm not safe anywhere outside of Madara, the spies of the Unifying Guild are everywhere. After confirming this, the woman's voice calmed down and explained. After listening to her words, Brando understood. He grasped the crack of the glacier firmly and climbed back to his previous position. At the same time, he calmed himself down from the previous shock. It had to be said that under the stimulation of this woman, he seemed to have regained the sharpness that originally belonged to the game. After carefully analyzing the pros and cons, he asked, You want to get this fragment from me? Haku hurriedly said, No, it's an exchange. I can pay you a satisfactory price. Anyway, you are not interested in the Relic of Eternity. But now Brando's thoughts had changed. He shook his head and said, It's impossible for anyone not to be interested in the Relic of Eternity. I only said this before because I'm different from you, Miss Tiamas. You can take away things that don't belong to you by any means, but I can't, because I don't think there's anything more important in this world than upholding principles. And in fact, I want to remind you that the Relic of Eternity doesn't belong to you, and it hasn't been engraved with a person's name. Haku closed her mouth. Of course, she thought this was a kind of bargaining, because it was her own nature. You mean to say that you want me to raise the price? It doesn't matter, I don't care. You can ask for anything you want. These words made Brando raise his eyebrows. He really couldn't stand this woman's logic and finally couldn't help but mock. Then give you to me. A chill rose from Brando's back. You're playing with fire. Haku's voice suddenly became a few degrees colder. That's impossible. I'm the princess of the Empire, not Lei Feng. Other than that, that's why, don't make promises that you can't keep. Besides, what you said before is not quite the same as what you are saying now. I have not forgotten poor M. de Villefort, and perhaps you would have considered his feelings before making your statement. Damn it, shut up. Bai was infuriated. I don't want to talk about this. If you want to make a deal with me, don't try to provoke me. Don't think that I have to get that fragment from you. But Brando didn't care about this threat at all. He calmly replied, That's exactly what I wanted to say, Miss Tiamas. There was a long period of silence between the two of them. Brando was overjoyed when he saw an ice crevice that was wide enough for one person to pass through. Climbing in such a place was much easier than climbing on a glacier. He subconsciously increased his speed. Not long after he sped up, a bright light appeared above the ice crevice. The light shone down from the ice, forming a long, magnificent tunnel that stretched for about a few miles. Seeing this, Brando knew that they were very close to the ground. The light could only come from the ice sheet, which meant that the ice was quite thin in this place. But Hao Ren's silence finally made Haku unable to hold on. "What's your condition?" She had to take the initiative to speak. Her voice was a little hoarse, as if it was not coming from the same person. She seemed to be suffering. Thousands of years of searching for the relic of eternity had almost become an obsession for her, and this idea even made her a little paranoid and crazy. "Of course," Bai Ling said coldly, "except for that one condition." "Which one?" Brando sneered. "You know, you bastard." Brando shook his head, knowing that he had finally taken back the initiative. It was not difficult, and it was not because he was smarter than Haku, but because he knew that he had the absolute initiative in this conversation. Haku could not do anything to him, and even needed his help. If she could not take the lead in the conversation, then he would be a failure. Previously, he did not argue with Haku because she was Medish's sister, but the main reason was that there was no conflict of interest between the two of them. But now, it was different. Brando knew very well that if he could not take the initiative in the next conversation, some of his ideas could not be realized. As for the fragments, he was also determined to get them. "You still don't quite understand what I mean, Miss Tiamas." He took the initiative to remind Haku, "I'm telling you this not because I want to insult you, but because I want to tell you that our positions in this transaction are equal. Of course, I have more resources, and it's you who want to get something from me. I can choose not to accept your proposal, so don't take everything for granted." He continued, "You are Medish's sister, the princess of the Silver Elves, but unfortunately, you are a human. Your identity does not have any binding force on me, so in terms of position, we are also equal, do you understand?" Haku was silent, but Brando knew that her silence was actually a tacit agreement. However, he did not take the initiative to speak, but instead, he sped up and climbed to the surface. The bottom of the glacier was getting brighter, and the surrounding ice layer had changed from the previous blue to the current light blue, and was gradually evolving into a colorless and transparent direction. After a while, Haku's voice sounded again, and she still asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Although the question was almost exactly the same as before, the meaning behind it was completely different. This Silver Elf Queen was no idiot. Her several hundred years of experience had proven this point. Perhaps she was a little stubborn, but she definitely wasn't stupid. She knew that Brando was not talking to her about principles and equality, but about his own conditions. These words only meant one thing, and that was that if she wanted to get that thing, she had to follow his wishes. Her question was actually already a compromise. Brando nodded. "Let's talk about the fragments again. You said that Tumen brought them out from a place called Osopal," he asked. "Is this a legend, or is it true?" "It is true." "You heard it from Villefort, do you have any other evidence to prove it?" "When I was hiding in All for One, I found some information that can confirm this. Tumen had been to this place before, but as to whether it was by chance or because of Odin's instructions, I don't know." Brando was silent, and although the speed of his hands and feet did not slow down at all, and he was still climbing rapidly to the surface, he had already believed Haku's words in his heart. In history, there was a place called Osopal in the wilderness of the Four Territories, where the Myurnas, the Silver Folk, and the humans had a great battle, and Tumen was said to have died in that battle. The place where Osopal used to be was the area of today's Land of Dusk, but like the final battlefield, people could no longer find the ancient battlefield. Such things were not uncommon in Wond. Many places in Wond were between the physical world and the world of laws, such as Himelad's throne and the Latch of Wa where they were now. They themselves were a kind of law, or the manifestation of God's kingdom on the ground, and may never appear again for some reason. However, Brando remembered that Tumen had once given him a treasure map, and that treasure map was buried deep in his mind, and he could only vaguely remember some details. Tumen had said that when his strength reached a certain level, he would be able to understand what was described on the treasure map, but now that he was already a supreme existence, he still knew little about the treasure map. When Braggs was sorting out the relics of Ondina's father, he had obtained a hand-drawn map from the relics and letters left behind by him. At that time, he found that the map was similar to the treasure map left by Tumen in his memory, and the cipher text on the map was marked with the name Osopal. These clues happened to coincide with what Haku had said. When Haku mentioned Villefort before, Brando felt that the name was somewhat familiar. He vaguely remembered that when Ondina was talking about her family, she had mentioned this name, and it seemed that he was from the generation of her grandfather's father. And Ondina did indeed move from Ranner to Braggs when her father's generation fell. Of course, although it could be a coincidence or someone with the same name, after all, the name Villefort was considered common in Erewhon, and it was not a rare or uncommon name. But the name Villefort was closely related to Cypher's heart, the relic of eternal indestructibility, and the name Osopal. It was obviously not a coincidence that such a map was found in Ondina's father's relics. Besides, Brando also remembered another thing. When he found Borg Nessen's corpse in the Forbidden Orchard, one of the fragments was found next to the corpse. All the evidence pointed to one truth, and that was that Villefort was very likely Ondina's ancestor. One of the children of Haku's deceased wife was Ondina's grandfather. Ondina was a descendant of the Cypher royal family? A possibility that made Brando feel a little cold flashed through his mind. He suddenly remembered why the necklace that Chiara gave him looked so familiar. Chapter 1166. Did you really get it? Haku asked. Seeing Brando's strange expression, she had a 70 to 80% guess in her heart. That fragment is my main purpose for going to the East Mets of the Cruz Empire. Otherwise, the black orb alone would not be enough to make me move. I'm not safe outside of Madara. All for one spies are everywhere. After confirming this, the woman's voice calmed down and explained. After listening to her words, Brando understood. He grasped the crack of the glacier firmly and climbed back to his previous position. At the same time, he calmed himself down from the previous shock. It had to be said that under the stimulation of this woman, he seemed to have regained the sharpness that originally belonged to the game. After carefully analyzing the pros and cons, he asked, "You want to get this fragment from me?" Haku hurriedly said, "No, it's an exchange. I can pay you a satisfactory price. Anyway, you are not interested in the relic of eternity." But now Brando's thoughts had changed. He shook his head and said, "It's impossible for anyone not to be interested in the relic of eternity. I only said this before because I'm different from you, Miss Tiamas. You can take away things that don't belong to you by any means, but I can't, because I don't think there's anything more important in this world than upholding principles. And in fact, I want to remind you that the relic of eternity doesn't belong to you, and it hasn't been engraved with a person's name." Haku closed her mouth. Of course, she thought this was a kind of bargaining, because it was her own nature. "You mean to say that you want me to raise the price?" "It doesn't matter, I don't care. You can ask for anything you want." These words made Brando raise his eyebrows. He really couldn't stand this woman's logic and finally couldn't help but mock. "Then give you to me." A chill rose from Brando's back. "You're playing with fire." Haku's voice suddenly became a few degrees colder. "That's impossible. I'm the princess of the empire, not Lei Feng. Other than that, that's why, don't make promises that you can't keep. Besides, what you said before is not quite the same as what you are saying now. I have not forgotten poor M. de Villefort, and perhaps you would have considered his feelings before making your statement." "Damn it, shut up." Bai was infuriated. "I don't want to talk about this. If you want to make a deal with me, don't try to provoke me. Don't think that I have to get that fragment from you." But Brando didn't care about this threat at all. He calmly replied, "That's exactly what I wanted to say, Miss Tiamas." What followed was a long period of silence between the two. Brando was overjoyed when he saw an ice crevice in front of him that could only fit one person at a time. Climbing in this place was much easier than climbing on a glacier. He subconsciously increased the speed of his ascent. Not long after he sped up, a bright band of light appeared above the ice crevice. The light shone down from the ice, forming a long, magnificent tunnel that stretched for about a few miles. Seeing this, Brando knew that they were very close to the ground. The light could only come from the ice sheet, which meant that the ice was quite thin in this place. But his silence finally made Haku unable to hold on any longer. "What's your condition?" She had to take the initiative to speak. Her voice was a little hoarse, as if it was not coming from the same person. She seemed to be suffering. Thousands of years of searching for the relic of eternity had almost become an obsession for her, and this idea even made her a little paranoid and crazy. Of course, Bai Leng said coldly, except for that condition. Which one? Brando sneered. You know, you bastard. Brando shook his head, knowing that he had finally taken back the initiative. It was not difficult, and it was not because he was smarter than Haku, but because he knew that he had the absolute initiative in this conversation. Haku could not do anything to him, and even needed his help. If she still could not take the lead in the conversation, then he would be a failure. Previously, he did not argue with Haku because she was Medish's sister, but the main reason was that there was no conflict of interest between the two of them. But now, it was different. Brando knew very well that if he could not take the initiative in the next conversation, then some of his ideas could not be realized. As for those fragments, he was also determined to get them. You still don't quite understand what I mean, Miss Tiamas. He took the initiative to remind Haku, I'm telling you this not because I want to insult you, but because I want to tell you that our positions in this transaction are equal. Of course, I have more resources, and it's you who want to get something from me. I can choose not to accept your proposal, so don't take everything for granted. He continued, you are Medish's sister, the princess of the Silver Elves, but unfortunately, you are a human. Your identity does not have any binding force on me, so in terms of position, we are also equal, do you understand? Haku was silent, but Brando knew that her silence was actually a tacit agreement. But he did not take the initiative to speak, and instead, he sped up and climbed to the surface. The bottom of the glacier was getting brighter, and the surrounding ice had turned from a faint blue to a light blue, and was gradually evolving into a colorless and transparent direction. After a while, Haku's voice sounded again, and she still asked with a somewhat hoarse voice, what do you want? Although the question was almost exactly the same as before, the meaning behind it was completely different. This Silver Elf Queen was no idiot. Her several hundred years of experience had proven this point. Perhaps she was a little stubborn, but she definitely wasn't stupid. She understood that Brando was not talking to her about principles and equality, but about his own conditions. These words only meant one thing, and that was that if she wanted to get that thing, she had to follow his wishes. Her question was actually a kind of compromise. Brando nodded. Let's talk about those fragments again. You said that Tumen brought them out from a place called Osopal, he asked, is this a legend, or is it true? It is true. You heard it from Villefort, do you have any other evidence to prove it? When I was hiding in All for One, I found some information that can confirm this. Tumen had been to this place before, and as for whether it was by chance or because of Odin's instructions, I don't know. Brando fell silent, and although the speed of his hands and feet did not slow down at all, and he was still climbing rapidly to the surface, he had already believed Haku's words in his heart. In history, there was a place called Osopal in the wilderness of the Four Territories, where the Myurnas, the Silver Folk, and the humans had a great battle, and Tumen was said to have died in that battle. The place where Osopal used to be was the area of today's Land of Dusk, but like the final battlefield, people could no longer find the ancient battlefield. This kind of thing was not uncommon in Wond. Many places in Wond were between the physical world and the world of laws, such as Himelad's throne and the Latch of Wa where they were now. They were a kind of law in themselves, or the manifestation of the kingdom of God on the ground, and may not appear again for some reason. However, Brando remembered that Tumen had once given him a treasure map, and that treasure map was buried deep in his mind, and he could only vaguely remember some details. Tumen said that when his strength reached a certain level, he would be able to understand the things described on the treasure map, but now that he was a supreme being, he still had a smattering of understanding of the treasure map. When Braggs was sorting out the relics of Amandina's father, he had obtained a hand-drawn map from the relics and letters left behind by him. At that time, he found that the map was similar to the treasure map left by Tumen in his memory, and the cipher text on the map was marked with the name Osopal. These clues happened to coincide with what Haku had said. When Haku mentioned Villefort before, Brando felt that the name was somewhat familiar. He vaguely remembered that when Amandina was talking about her family, she had mentioned this name, and it seemed that he was from the generation of her grandfather's father. Amandina did indeed move from Ranner to Braggs when her father's generation fell. Of course, although it could be a coincidence or someone with the same name, after all, the name Villefort was considered common in Erewhon, and it was not a rare or uncommon name. However, the name Villefort was closely related to Cypher's heart, the relic of eternity, and the name Osopal. It was obviously not a coincidence that such a map was found in Amandina's father's relics. Besides, Brando also remembered another thing. When he found Borg Nessen's corpse in the Forbidden Orchard, one of the fragments was found next to the corpse. All the evidence pointed to the truth, and that was that Villefort was very likely Amandina's ancestor. One of the children of Haku's deceased wife was Amandina's grandfather. Amandina was a descendant of the Cypher royal family? Brando felt a chill run down his spine, and he suddenly remembered why the necklace that Chiara gave him looked so familiar. Chapter 1167. He had seen the same necklace on Amandina's body, but there was no pendant on the necklace. Amandina said that it was a relic left behind by her father. During the Battle of Ampere Seal, Amandina unexpectedly came back from the dead. He had thought that he was hallucinating, but now that he thought about it, everything was clear now. Brando was speechless for a moment. Count Brendel, the lady beside you, Terst's words from the night in Amandina's old house still rang in his ears. He remembered that when he first met Amandina, the bandits that he and Badam took care of claimed that Amandina's father owed them money. Amandina denied it at that time. Brando knew her better than anyone. Amandina would never lie, so there was something fishy behind this matter. Now that I think about it, Terst is a member of All for One. If Amandina is a descendant of Cypher's royal family and has Cypher's heart on her, and she might be related to the fragment of the eternal relic, then the reason why All for One is looking for trouble with a poor noble's daughter is obvious. But Amandina obviously knows about the power of Cypher's heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lied to me after the Battle of Ampere Seal. How much does she know about her bloodline? Why didn't she tell us about it? He thought that he knew Amandina well, but now he wasn't sure. Why are you spacing out? Haku was getting impatient when Brando was spacing out. She realized that she wasn't afraid of Brando's threats. Instead, she was worried that he wouldn't say anything because she couldn't guess what he was thinking. Brando stopped. He had already climbed to the top of the ice cliff. There was a narrow crack above his head, and he could see the gloomy sky from above. The ground was almost within reach. He took a deep breath and continued forward while holding onto the cold wall. He answered Haku's question. Do you know what kind of place Osopal is, Lady Tiamas? How would I know? I've been to the wilderness of 4 territories and was almost discovered by the spies of All for One. But that place used to be called Osopal is now just a small hill. There's nothing there. Then I have a suggestion. Brando said, you want the relic of eternity, but I'm interested in this place. If you can gather all the fragments, I'll go with you. Don't. Haku replied very vigilantly, you're pushing your luck. I want the relic of eternity, and I won't allow any unstable factors. I said, the relic of eternity doesn't belong to anyone for the time being. Don't treat it as something that belongs to you. If I don't agree, you'll never get it. Brando didn't care about Haku's rejection and replied coldly, but if you agree, you can at least bet that I'm really not interested in the relic of eternity. Aren't you doing that now? You're not even afraid that your life is in my hands, so why would you be afraid that I'll break my promise? Haku was silent. She actually understood that Brando's words made sense, but it was a difficult choice for her. She was a person with a strong desire for control. She could easily give up her own life, just like how she didn't care about the lives of others. But she had a strong sense of purpose, and she would not allow the plan to develop in a direction that she couldn't control. Brando pretended to be indifferent, although he was very curious about the gift that Tumen left for him. Besides, there might be more important secrets behind this treasure, whether it was the origin of Amandina or the abnormality caused by the grey stone pieces in Fathom Harbor. He still couldn't forget the scene at that time. It was clearly the will of the Twilight Dragon that descended from outside the elemental barrier. How could a fragment that could alarm an existence of this level be taken lightly? However, he didn't show this attitude. He only walked along the small radial path between the glaciers. Soon, bright light filled his vision, causing him to almost squint his eyes. His vision was filled with white glaciers and snowy plains. This was almost a nightmare to him before, but after experiencing the darkness of the underground, he felt somewhat familiar with it now. At this time, Haku finally spoke. Then you have to do your part. How do I do my part? Brando asked as he looked around. In addition to the Dragon Queen, and one fragment in your hand, there should be 4 more fragments. Among the remaining 4 fragments, we will each take 2 and investigate separately. You have to use your power. You are a noble of Erewhon, a close vassal of the regent princess, and also helped Cruz's eldest son to seize the throne. You already have a lot of power in the mortal world. I believe you can give me a satisfactory answer. Brendel did not comment on Haku's condition. He thought for a while and changed the question. I have one last question. Is this the shard you're talking about? As he spoke, he took out the gray stone piece from the floating celestial sphere. It was about the size of a palm. It was a gray, flat stone piece that looked like a chisel. There were no traces of artificial carvings on its surface, as if it was naturally peeled off from a huge rock. But at this moment, this stone piece was covered with all kinds of runes and secret runes, as if it was wrapped in all kinds of seals. It lay quietly on Brando's hand, and no aura could be felt from it. Clumsy seal, Haku said disdainfully, this is the fragment you found from the night? She wanted to say a few more words because the stone should have belonged to her. She had spent a lot of effort to find it and secretly took it from the hands of its original owner, but she did not expect it to fall into Brendel's hands because of her negligence. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she was stunned, and all the words she wanted to say were stuck in her stomach. Because she saw Brando take out another similar fragment. Do you think this is the same? Brando asked, or is it a counterfeit? In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart. These fragments were most likely real. Otherwise, they would not have been able to trigger the mutation at Fat Tan Port. But for safety reasons, he still wanted to confirm it. How did you get this thing? Haku was so surprised that she almost cried out, where did you get it? I understand now. That little girl, I should have known that she was the descendant of that bitch. Villefort, that bastard, really hid something from me. Brando heard the indignation and anger in her voice and could not help but shake his head. He thought to himself, you killed them all. Who is the one who should blame whom? And Villefort might not have been hiding something, because he suspected that Amandina's father was involved in this series of events because he was investigating what happened to his grandfather. He just did not know how his grandfather, who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, was connected to this place called Osopio. Amandina once said that her father had been collecting stone pieces when he was alive. At that time, he also left some of these stone pieces among the relics he left for Amandina. They were very different from the fragments mentioned by Haku, but they were similar in some ways. At least in terms of appearance, they were very similar. Unfortunately, when he checked the stone pieces at that time, he found that they were just some very ordinary sandstone pieces, so he gave them to Amandina for safekeeping. He did not have them with him at the moment, otherwise he could have taken them to Haku to check. Maybe there would be some clues. Borg Nesson obviously knew some of the secrets of his family. He had been searching for relevant information for a long time. Although his goal was not to obtain the Relic of Eternity, but to find another secret, it was a pity that when he finally found the fragment of the real Relic of Eternity, he had reached the end of his life. If I didn't have the memories and experience from my previous life, I'm afraid the secrets of my body would have been lost in the long river of history. He was still thinking about this problem when he heard Haku continue to ask nervously, how many fragments do you have? Are you lying to me? You knew this secret long ago? No, Brando shook his head and said, you can rest assured that I did not know this secret until now. But how many fragments I have has nothing to do with you. You just have to fulfill your obligations, and our cooperation is still valid. I want the Relic of Eternity. Haku replied, gnashing his teeth. That's yours. I can give you this promise. Only then did Haku shut his mouth. Brando ignored him. He looked up and tried to find a path in the snowfield, but it was at this time that both of them saw an invisible ripple spreading in the gloomy sky. Then, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. It was as if thunder was rolling from the distant horizon. "What is that?" Brando asked. "That's a sign that the space somewhere is becoming unstable." Haku's voice was slightly uneasy. "The avalanche earlier should be caused by it. There might be some changes in the wind elemental plane outside. I suggest you speed up because I don't know if this change is good or bad." Brando did not reply, but he felt that it might not be that simple. He had a faint premonition that the change might not be in the wind elemental plane, but in the entire elemental barrier. P.S. Yesterday when I was writing the title of the chapter, I subconsciously wrote 70 after 60. Ha, that's not a big deal, and there's nothing wrong with my mathematics. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it's all Jian Nyang's fault because Jian Nyang did not let me change the title of the chapter. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 1168. At this moment, very few people could hear the roar coming from inside the elemental world. The temple suddenly shook violently, and the little fairy lute fell to the ground. The back of his head hit the base of the 12th obsidian pillar. He groaned and saw stars. "Who's messing with me?" He didn't care about the big bump on the back of his head. He rolled on the ground and pulled out the sword of flame with a backhand. But the solemn hall was still empty. The obsidian floor was bright enough to reflect one's reflection. It was dark in front of him, and only dust was floating in the air. The 14 pillars seemed to be supporting the sky. The trapezoidal roof of the temple was hundreds of meters above the ground. It was engraved with the 4 main elements of air, fire, water, and earth. "Who's there?" Lute shouted again, but the Blessed of Fords was annoyed to find that no one seemed to be against him. There was no doubt that he had fallen on the ground earlier. "Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?" The empty echoes echoed in the depths of the pitch-black hall. His 2 delicate flame-like eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle together. He muttered doubtfully, "Strange, why is the Temple of Elements resonating? Could it be that I'm having an illusion?" Lute pursed his lips and looked around again. Then he got up and put away the sword of flame. He continued to walk into the depths of the temple vigilantly. The Temple of Elements was the cornerstone of this world. How could it be so easily shaken? He just thought that he had hallucinated, or that there was something in the dark temple playing tricks on him. Some ancient consciousnesses like to stay in this kind of empty sanctum. It might be a lingering memory of the past, or it might be a ghost that had lost itself. But apart from being fond of pranks, most of them did not do any harm. But the little prince of the fire fairy still felt a little uneasy. He thought that if he had known, he would have gone back when Brando disappeared and looked for Malurcha and the fox. He thought that although these miscellaneous people couldn't help much, they could at least give him courage. This thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly abandoned it. "I don't need anyone to give me courage," he muttered to himself. Brando had been missing for more than an hour, but Lute was not worried. He knew that Brando must be passing the Chong Shan tournament, and he had no doubt that Brando would succeed. Because he was the one chosen by the will of the golden flame, the one blessed by the flaming blade. "I'll try to get to Himalad's holy temple before Mr. Brand comes out and help him pave the way. I want to see how many holy swords the flame blade's adorer can get. No matter what, I will be the only one in 1,000 years who is fortunate enough to witness this scene." Lute muttered as he looked around. The holy sanctum, which was immersed in darkness, was unfamiliar to him. After all, it was his first time stepping on the shiny obsidian bricks of the holy sanctum. On the other hand, they were also very familiar with it, because it was engraved in the memories of every subject of Forsyth. This was the holy sanctum of Storm, a sanctum built on the foundation of the wind elemental plane. Its master had long been gone in this era, and its believers had not set foot on this pilgrimage for thousands of years. But this did not prevent the sanctity and inviolability of the holy sanctum in the hearts of the elementals. But this was not the peak of Himalad's throne. Lute understood that the peak of the mountains was where the coronation was. If Brando passed the trial, he would definitely appear there. But not everyone could pass through the holy sanctum of storm to reach the peak of the throne. As Lu Te walked, he searched for the deepest knowledge and memories buried in the fairy bloodline. Soon, he stopped and his eyes lit up. Here it is, on the smooth floor in front of him, bright silver metal was poured into the grooves on the obsidian floor, drawing a huge magic circle. The fire fairy little prince did not hesitate to fly to one of the runes. The rune seemed to be injected with some kind of magic, and in an instant, it lit up in the darkness. The next one is the rune of flame, he read aloud, ready to fly up and jump on the rune. But it was at this time that something strange suddenly happened. But it turned out that everything he had encountered before was not an illusion. The second wave of resonance came a few minutes later as scheduled. At that time, Lu Te had just gained a foothold on the second rune. Suddenly, the whole holy sanctum trembled, as if a power that mortals were destined to look up to shrouded the entire holy sanctum of Himalad. The fire fairy little prince only felt that the stone pillars and the vault around him were shaking, making a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. The holy sanctum seemed to collapse at any time. Fortunately, he had expected it, so he was not thrown to the ground a second time. But this time, Lu Te was finally convinced that it was not the holy sanctum of elements, but the whole Himalad's throne that was shaking. Crack, crack. In Lu Te's eyes, the side walls and pillars of the holy sanctum cracked, and the crack spread like a spider web from the walls in an instant. The sand and mud on the vault above his head rustled on the ground. The holy sanctum of elements is going to collapse? Lu Te's eyes widened, and an unlikely possibility flashed through his mind. But how could this be possible? The holy sanctum of storms was the cornerstone of the mountain where the storms stopped. Even if the entire elemental barrier collapsed completely, the holy sanctum would still stand. He shook his head, and just as he was about to throw the absurd idea out of his mind, he happened to see an obsidian pillar suddenly break in the middle. It fell down with a roar, and the pillar fell from mid-air and hit the ground heavily. After a cracking sound, the bricks on the ground stood up like pieces of paper, forming a fist-like crack. Lu Te was stunned for a moment, and even the cracks on the ground extended to his feet without him noticing. The cornerstone of the elemental world was shaking? There was only one voice in his mind that echoed over and over again. At the foot of Himalad's throne. White Mist, Andesha, Malurcha, and Fayaz, who was on his back, watched as the majestic mountain began to crumble from the foot of the mountain. The sacred path to the heavens formed by tens of thousands of stone steps was falling apart, turning into countless stones that fell into the void. In fact, it was not just the holy sanctum. The entire elemental world was collapsing in front of them. What a terrifying picture it was. The mountains and rivers were broken, revealing the dust world that was empty below the mountain where the storm stopped. Some of the broken mountains were sinking, rolling into the endless void with countless gravel, while some of the mountains were rising, floating above everyone's heads. The entire world seemed to have lost its distinction of up, down, left, and right in an instant. The blue sky disappeared and was replaced by a gray space that surrounded the world. The entire wind elemental plane was torn apart, whirling and flying in all directions. The fragment that they were on happened to be one of the larger rock fragments in the mountains. It was connected to the holy sanctum of Himalad, and together with the collapsing holy sanctum, it flew to another mountain range not far away. Facing this terrifying scene, the unprepared people were completely stunned. White Mist was still fine and could still maintain her calm, but Fayaz was already screaming and jumping on Malurcha's back. Help! It's the end of the world. Oh my God! Lady Martha must have abandoned us. The little fairy kept screaming. Until White Mist covered her mouth with her claws, then raised her head and said to Malurcha, "The foundation of the elemental world has been shaken. Someone is extracting its power. I think it's most likely the Dragon Queen. She's a madwoman who wants to destroy our world." Woo-woo. The little fairy stared at her with wide eyes. "Then what should we do, Lady White Mist?" Malurcha had already experienced life and death once, so he appeared much calmer. He only turned his head and asked. Wait? Yes, stay calm. Our only chance is to wait. Right now, Brando is the only variable in the entire plan. We can only wait for him to pass the trial and come out. White Mist answered calmly. Woo-woo. Fayez protested. Unfortunately, no one recognized her. Malurcha frowned and answered, perhaps Miss Tata and the sage have other plans. If the Lord encounters any trouble in the trial, should we inform them? No, they can't help us. White Mist shook her head. Once the elemental barrier collapses, our world will be directly exposed to the chaos. We can't do anything. The only thing we can do is pray. As she spoke, she suddenly felt something. She turned around and saw Andesha's figure disappear behind a broken rock. White Mist was stunned, then shook her head gently. At this time, she couldn't care less about what the other party wanted to do. A huge whirlpool appeared above the shallow sea. When it first formed, the whirlpool swept across the sea of fog and the sea of bones. When its spiral arms swept across the White Cape, it crushed the most spectacular and iconic scene in the shallow sea. The final doomsday seemed to have descended upon this world. Countless natives of the shallow sea fled from their homes in all kinds of boats. Their goal was the inner sea of the shallow sea. From there, they would pass through the inner elemental barrier and enter the world of Wond. But not everyone could be so lucky. More and more ships were swept into the whirlpool and could no longer escape. The whirlpool above the shallow sea expanded by 1,000 times in an instant. It quickly formed a huge storm that spanned across the entire water elemental plane. Dark clouds began to cover the entire shallow sea. Dazzling lightning crisscrossed above the sea. On average, there were dozens of lightning bolts between the clouds every few seconds. A flare flickered on the surface of the sea, as if the scene before the end of the world. But it also symbolized the end of a world. The water fairies looked at this scene in panic. Chapter 1169. From then on, no one sang in the storm. It was like a scene described in an elven poem. Even the fairies, who had always been carefree, finally fell into a dead silence. Bright spots of light appeared on the surface of the sea, but it was not the light of the birth of life, but the light of destruction. No one sang anymore. The fairies silently watched their home struggle under the final doom. But it was to no avail. The entire shallow sea was being swallowed up by the huge vortex that almost filled the entire field of vision and was being dragged into the abyss bit by bit. The shallow sea would become history after this day. Everyone understood this. People turned their eyes to Miss Tata Talamus Thumb, the protector of the frozen sea. After the elven lord left this world, the true master of the shallow sea. Tata did not say a word. Such a scene of despair was reflected in her eyes. Her pale fingers gripped the side of the ship so tightly that they almost sank into the wood. Miss Tilias. The elder of the mist spoke with a heavy tone. No need to say any more, teacher. I understand. But before he could speak, Tata had already refused. She turned around and shook her head at her teacher. Then she turned her gaze to the short and fat Tremosian behind her. Elder Cap, Lord Sage. I'll leave the ship to you, Lord. Tata shook her head at him, indicating that he did not need to speak. If you see Mr. Brando next time, please give him the Leaf Crown's bloodline on my behalf. Elder Captain paused for a moment before nodding solemnly. Thank you, she spoke softly. Miss Lasmika, Miss Kaya, what do you think that is? In the hills of Anzaruda, Haruz suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted. When the last golden raindrop hit the ground, the sky suddenly darkened. There was no longer any starlight or moonlight in the pitch-black night sky. It was so dark that it was like a curtain. This darkness enveloped the entire world. Even the burning flames in the wilderness seemed to have dimmed. At first, people could still see a ray of golden light in the sky, but in the end, even this last ray of light dissipated, leaving only endless darkness and depth on the earth. The singing of the lion folk stopped. The chirping of the nightingale and the flapping of the insects' wings also disappeared. The nearby forest and the distant hills could no longer be seen. In front of him was a pitch-black darkness. The entire world seemed to have sunk into a boundless silence. Then, a dazzling light bloomed in the sky. It was a silver net-like object. It first flashed in the sky of Vaunt, then disintegrated into each other, like the intense light that burst forth when a new star was born, and then shattered into countless silver spots of light, falling like a silver meteor shower. This spectacular scene was reflected in the eyes of everyone who was on the hill at this moment. Its solemn and stirring beauty shocked everyone present. That's... Lasmika almost trembled when she saw this scene. Tiamat Law. Kaya's voice was both indifferent and awed. The first level of the magic network has collapsed. The cornerstone of the world of elements has been shaken, war. It has descended, specks of light fell from the sky. Haruz saw that the dark sky suddenly caved in slightly, and then a bright door of light opened in it. Then, his eyes reflected countless shining ships, all kinds of ships, with colorful streams of light, escaped from the door of light. Like countless insects scrambling to escape from their homes, some of these ships turned into flames in midair and disappeared completely after a dazzling flash. Some fell straight to the ground and turned into fireballs. Some of them were lucky enough to escape, and they fled in all directions in panic. "What is that?" he asked blankly. "The inhabitants of the shallow sea," Kaya replied calmly as she looked at this scene. "The shallow sea has disappeared." Lasmika suddenly clenched the necklace in her hand. Her palms were sweaty, and she was a little frightened for a moment. She wondered if she had made the right choice. The inhabitants of the shallow sea could still escape, but what if one day Wonde also disappeared? Then where could the people of Martha escape to? She did not speak. Haruz could not make the slightest sound. The dark elf girl just watched quietly and did not seem to intend to comment. Suddenly, a brighter flash lit up in the distant sky. It came from the Cloak Bay, the Sea of Stars, Nine Phoenix, and the border of the Lubic Kingdom. These flashes were slightly different from the flashes of the collapse of the Tiamat Law. They were more dazzling, but obviously more fragmented. Like the light of fireflies. Little by little, they gradually lit up. The floating city of the Bugas, this time, Haruz finally recognized it. Naoki slowly fell to the ground amidst the bright flames. The lines of law that kept it moving became more dazzling than the sun, but after a short moment of dazzling light, they completely shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. The city of silver finally could no longer maintain its pride. It burned, and flames emerged from all parts of the city. Finally, in a terrible roar like the wail of a giant beast, the city fell apart in midair, turned into a burning fireball, and fell into the dark sea. 1,500 silver descendants, noble sorcerers, and their descendants witnessed this tragic scene from the reefs of Silver Cove. The last pride of the silver folk, the last glory left behind by the era of the gods, finally came to an end after 1,000 years. The weave at the bottom of the Tiamat Law had collapsed, and the elemental world was no more. The silver folk could no longer indulge in their dream of ruling the sky. "Why?" Someone's angry roar came from the wind. "Are we responsible for the ignorance of the mortals?" The leader of the silver folk. The supreme of the 12 wizard leaders, Solomon stood in the wind and rain in his robe. His silver robe had long been soaked by the rain, and he silently watched the last light on the sea. It was the last embers of an era. But it was extinguished in the end. The sound of the wind came from the sea, and a black shadow suddenly appeared in that direction. It was countless dragons flapping their wings. They raised their heads, swayed their huge bodies, and flew in one direction. These noble creatures did not stop for a moment because of Nayaka's fall. Their eyes only briefly swept across the land, and then quickly crossed the strait and flew in one direction. All the silver folk watched this scene in silence. They slowly turned their heads and looked in that direction as the dragons flew across the sky. It was the other end of Saint Tassol, the hinterland of the Cruz Empire, the wilderness of the 4 territories. Only Solomon lowered his head and looked at his palm. The rain drenched his pale palms, and the veins that were supposed to be silver had now dimmed. He used his fingernail to cut a hole in his finger. Bright red blood blended into the rainy night. The law disappeared. Magic also disappeared with the wind. 17. Tgstr. The silver folk were lost on the land, walking forward in the darkness and ignorance. Kacha, the end of the silver shuttle-like spear, was shaking up and down due to the excessive force. Looking forward along the streamlined body of the spear, the shuttle-shaped spear blade was piercing through the chest of a strange crystal creature. Through the web-like cracks, the crystal creature was nailed to the wall on one side of the arcade. The huge crystal cluster struggled for a moment, and the red light in its eyes finally dimmed. It lowered its head and stopped moving. Melissa's expression did not change as she watched this scene. The blood of the silver elves flowed with their memories of martial arts and battle experience, as if it was engraved in the depths of every cell. At the very least, very few people would be able to tell from the outside that this seemingly weak elven princess could burst forth with such powerful battle strength from within her frail body. At least the palace butler was stunned. He sat there in a daze, his face covered in blood. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable scene. In the previous fight, that extremely terrifying monster was actually nailed to the wall with only one move. Melisha stood still for a few seconds, then walked over, reached out to grab the end of the spear, and pulled out her spear bit by bit. The crystal cluster's body slid down from the wall. But the moment it landed, the red light in its eyes suddenly burst out. Two sickle-like arms sprang out like springs, stabbing at Melisha from left and right. The speed was shockingly fast. "Be careful," the butler shouted nervously. But the spear in Melisha's hand was faster than his voice. The moment the crystal cluster that pretended to be dead counterattacked, it found that the tip of Melisha's spear was already pointed at its chin. If it had a little wisdom, it should know that the other party was waiting there. Unfortunately, it didn't. So what greeted it was a crisp cracking sound. The spear pierced through its lower jaw, and the crystal shards fell one after another. Then, the blade of the spear pierced through its brain and central nervous system, cutting its spine in half, and then pierced out of its skull. A ray of bright silver light was revealed. The crystal cluster raised its head unnaturally, and its head was pierced by Melisha's spear. It twitched, and its movements came to an abrupt stop. The two sickles stopped less than 2 centimeters away from the silver elven princess's face. Melisha tilted her head. P.S. A book friend went out to eat and came back very late to write. Fortunately, I finished writing, drunk. Also, it's the 22nd, begging for some monthly votes. Friends, for the sake of the party and the country, give Brother Bear a hand. Chapter 1170. The little princess raised her hand and pushed aside the sickle-like claws. Then she stepped forward and looked up at the behemoth that had completely lost its vitality. She pressed her hand against its abdomen and gave it a gentle push. The latter collapsed backward like a golden mountain, turning into fine crystalline fragments on the ground. Like cards that had been pushed aside, they scattered with a crash. Melisha was stunned. She probably did not expect this thing to be so fragile. The strength that the latter had shown in the previous battle was at the peak of elemental activation. It should not have dissipated with just a touch. She bent down and picked up one of the fragments. The fragment had hundreds of facets and exuded a magnificent brilliance in her hand, as if it was a perfect masterpiece polished by the most skilled craftsman. She looked at the fragment thoughtfully. This was obviously not a natural product. The crystal cluster did not look like some kind of creature, but more like a fighting machine blended together by magic. Screams and cries could be heard coming from outside the arched corridor. Countless meteorites were falling to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Screams and cries could be heard coming from the inner city. From time to time, explosions could be seen coming from that direction, illuminating the walls on one side of the arched corridor. Melisha threw away the shard in her hand and turned back to look at the white rose garden. The pool in the center of the garden was now a deep hole. More and more crystals were crawling up from the bottom. They were densely packed like a swarm of beetles. At this moment, Charles happened to run out of the hall. When he saw this scene, he cursed inwardly. "Melisha, are you all right?" he shouted. "I'm fine, Mr. the Shire, but we have to retreat first." The little princess shook her head and said to him, "These things will soon flood in and retreat into the underground passage." "What is this?" It should be a crystal cluster. Is that the thing that Sir Lord once told us about? Medisha nodded. She quickly walked back to the other side of the arcade and came to the Shire's side. She picked up the royal butler who had been scared out of his wits and dragged him by the collar as they passed by the Shire. What about the Lord? The Shire asked as the little silver elf princess passed by him. Whatever Sir Lord wants us to do, we will do it. Medisha replied. No problem. No problem, Mr. the Shire, do you know something? The Shire asked. Medisha paused for a moment before nodding. Sir Lord used a card from me, but did not respond to my inquiry. Aren't you worried about him? I'm worried, Mr. the Shire, but his lordship has his own decisions. Before everything is clear, we must obey orders first. But she paused and continued, but maybe you can ask Scarlet. Can I? Sir Lord didn't stop us from understanding the situation, did he? Medisha replied. The Shire could not hide his surprise as he looked at her. I've always thought that you're a steady person, little princess. Medisha smiled. You want to say old-fashioned, Mr. the Shire. I wouldn't dare. How can I use such a word to describe a lady? As a soldier, obedience is natural, but we can't be completely inflexible. But compared to that, it's more important to not cause trouble for his lordship. She replied somewhat seriously. Of course I understand that, Seal nodded, but then he praised from the bottom of his heart, but your performance is really better than I expected, Miss Medisa. There are many details that even I didn't think of in the first place. You flatter me, Mr. the Shire. Medisha showed a humble expression. Then it's a deal, Mr. the Shire. You go find Miss Scarlet, and I'll organize the defense. She lifted the collar of the royal butler. Leave this gentleman to me. He has seen these crystal clusters before. With his help, I'll have a much easier time. The Shire nodded. He knew that Medisha was once the commander-in-chief of Lin Ge's guards. When it came to formations, no one here could compare to her. But just as Medisha was about to leave, the Shire suddenly called out to her. Wait. What's wrong? Medisha turned back again. Look over there, the Shire pointed outside the arcade. In the direction he was pointing at, the large floor-to-ceiling arched windows on one side of the arcade had long been shattered. The thick carpet was scattered with sparkling glass shards, and the torn curtains were dancing fiercely in the storm like ghosts. Through the empty window frame, one could see the scenery in the Garden of the White Rose. Although it was no longer a scenery, there was only a huge pit about 5 to 6 meters deep. An endless stream of crystal clusters were crawling out from the bottom of the pit. But they did not attack St. Contype Palace as Medisha had expected. Instead, they wandered aimlessly in the courtyard. Are these really dusk species? The Shire turned his head and asked. Medisa furrowed her beautiful brows as she watched this scene. The world did not know much about the dusk species. Among them, the most familiar was the calamity of wolves. They were very different from the usual magical creatures. Their biggest characteristics were that they were organized and had a purpose. The calamity of wolves came to the world to destroy civilization. They would gather in the wilderness and attack cities, villages, and temples where the fire seed was placed. They would not stop until they achieved their goal. Brando had told them about the crystal clusters and the no species. Among them, the crystal clusters had fought the Earth Legion outside the elemental barrier when the Myrnas ruled Wonde. There was no doubt that they were dusk species. But their current behavior was somewhat inconsistent with what they knew. They looked like normal magical creatures. Medisha shook her head. But normal magical creatures would not suddenly appear at this time. They might be trying to confuse us. But no matter what, we should deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo, Mr. the Shire. You're right. But I think there might be another possibility. The Shire suddenly said thoughtfully. What possibility? Why do you think the calamity of wolves swept across the land? Who ordered them to attack civilization and order? Alpha Ekis, Medisha replied without thinking. After she fell asleep, it was her daughters. You're right. If it weren't for them, the wolves would not have gathered. When they were searching for food in the dark forest, their behavior was actually no different from normal magical creatures. Mr. the Shire, you mean? Medicia's eyes lit up. Yes. Who ordered these crystal clusters? As far as I know, the crystal clusters do not have a real leader. They are just the war weapons of the Twilight Dragon. If the Twilight Dragon can't order them, what will they become? Perhaps they will be similar to what they are now. The Twilight Dragon can't order them. Why? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the changes that are happening outside the elemental barrier. The Shire replied. I have a faint hunch that my lord may know more about this than we do. Perhaps he is personally involved. The little princess's eyes flashed slightly. She looked at the Shire and said, Then please be sure to find Miss Scarlet as soon as possible, Mr. the Shire. I naturally understand. The Shire nodded again. At this moment, an earth-shattering upheaval was indeed happening in the elemental world. Air, water, fire, and earth all returned to chaos. The origin of the elements was stripped from the cornerstone of the world and suspended in the air above this chaotic world. Other than that, this world was empty. There was no matter, no color, as if it was a void, gray and misty. In this boundless world, there were only two people. Two women. The Dragon Queen looked down at the girl who was bound in a black cocoon by the elements. Her expression was cold, and on her serious face, black mist constantly rose from the cracked wound. She was wearing a black robe. Although this scene was strange, it did not reduce her sacred aura. Success was close at hand. No matter how many people were sacrificed. Even if they had to give up their lives. She would not hesitate. Gwendolyn looked at the merchant lady who had her eyes tightly closed. Her prismatic pupils did not seem to see a country girl from Bucci, but the mortal enemy of civilization, the existence that would bring destruction to Wonde in the prophecy. It was the Twilight Dragon. Romans suddenly opened her eyes. Under her eyelids, there was only a strange darkness in her eyes. There seemed to be a whirlpool that was slowly rotating, as if it could suck people's minds into it. The Dragon Queen looked at the pair of eyes. She saw the passing of life and the extinguishing of order in the dark vortex. After all things died, only endless darkness and chaos was left. The merchant lady looked at this world for a moment and suddenly said, This is the elemental plane. This is the first time I've seen it from the inside. I didn't expect you to be able to make such preparations when they have already left. As a reward, I will let you die without pain. This is indeed where you will be buried. The Dragon Queen replied coldly. The Roman looked around and shook her head. You took the foundation of the elemental world to bind me. Are you not afraid that your world will collapse? That's Wonde, right? This name should be the only word passed down from the previous era. Wonde is only a corner of it. But it is also the most important corner. The importance of the elemental barrier to your world is self-evident. Without it, can the law of Tiamat still protect you? The merchant lady did not seem to notice Gwendolyn's malice. She pretended to be curious, but it was not difficult to hear the contempt in her curiosity. You underestimate the adaptability of our civilization. Chapter 1171. You underestimate the adaptability of our civilization. The Dragon Queen's voice was serious, but there was also a hint of pride in it. It was as if she was not talking about the Iron Folk's kingdom built in the dust, but a glorious history that she was proud of. It has been a long time since I heard such a line from your civilization. You should understand that you are different from them. The merchant lady's voice was full of disdain. You are indeed tenacious and resilient, and have been since the moment your world was destroyed. But after such a long time of change, are the ones who survived still the inheritors of your civilization? Their blood is different from yours, and they believe in a culture that is different from yours. They were born in this world, grew in my body, and were nurtured by me. Actually, they no longer have much to do with your civilization. Yes, Gwendolyn replied coldly. But as long as I kill you, everything can still be changed. So that's your plan. After killing me, you will rebuild the divine folk's kingdom. The merchant lady's dark vortex eyes brightened. Then what about the iron folk? If you do that, won't you be going against her wishes? Lady Martha's deduction is only a possibility, but fate still depends on us. Those dusk bastards deserve to die, and I will not admit that they are our inheritors. The Dragon Queen replied viciously. The merchant lady laughed for the first time. Her voice was hollow and charming, completely different from the Romans. You are trying to say that her decision is wrong, because continuity is more important to her than correctness, and correctness is more important to you than continuity. For this reason, you forced them to leave this world, cutting off your only hope. Do you really think that you can fight me alone? She could not help but chuckle. The passing of the gods has nothing to do with us. The Dragon Queen's expression turned ugly as if she was stabbed in the foot. Stop trying to drive a wedge between us. Although she said that, her hands did not slow down at all. Layers upon layers of lines of law formed in this dusky world and circled around Miss Merchantman. First, there were 12 runes that represented the cornerstone of this world. They stood upright and surrounded the Roman. Then, there were the remaining 6 layers of the Tiamat law, followed by the laws of time, space, and existence. However, the Roman seemed to turn a blind eye to the threat around her. She smiled and said, trying to sow discord. Do you think I need to resort to such means? I'm just curious about your world. This is the first time I've observed it from your perspective. It is indeed beautiful and intoxicating, but the fragile order is only temporary. Only chaos is the eternal truth of all things. You are like a virus in my body. You actually want to kill your own host. What a shallow understanding. You live because you rely on me. Your final destination should be to live with me forever. Why do you have to put up a pointless resistance? Nonsense. The Dragon Queen did not want to waste any more words. She raised her hand, and the 12 runes flew up together. The entire world shook. At this moment, the Tiamat law could be seen in the sky all over Wonde. The bright lines of law were like bridges that spanned across the sky. From Fanzan to Cruz, from Saint Tossol to Erewhon, the bright, silver lines intertwined to form a network in the sky. It shone brightly in the night sky, as if the light of the stars had dimmed. The huge runes formed a cage above the Roman's head. However, the latter ignored it. Instead, she looked at the scepter in the Dragon Queen's hand with great interest. It could also be said that it was a sword. It was a one-handed knight's sword that looked like it was carved out of jade. The blade was green like a dream, and the jade-like ridge was engraved with a name that only belonged to it, Verdant. Gaia's scepter is in your hands. No wonder you can prepare such a big scene, the Roman replied with some realization. I was almost injured by Chimelide's scepter last time. Only then did I know that she had prepared such a thing for me. You know about this? The Dragon Queen frowned and felt a little uneasy. This is the fault of Azure's Knight for bringing it out too early. You always show your cards too early. How can you blame me for attracting attention? It doesn't matter, the Dragon Queen replied. The 7 scepters are all different in the first place, but Gaia's scepter was specially prepared for you. It is different from Chimelide's and Songlan's scepters. You will soon understand, then I will wait and see. The merchant lady's calmness made the Dragon Queen even more uneasy. She did not dare to delay any longer. With a wave of her hand, several doors of light suddenly opened in the gray space. At this moment, in Anzaruta, Silver Bay, the wilderness of the 4 realms, and in the unicorn forest of Saint Tossol, the purple night sky was reflected in everyone's eyes. Because the elemental barrier had been completely removed from the world, Wonde faced the impact of the sea of magic for the first time. 12 moons appeared in the night sky at the same time. At this moment, Wonde's magic factors became thousands of times more active. Countless monster nests appeared on the earth, and a monster tide was formed in an instant. They poured out of the dark forest and swarmed toward the various cities on the border of civilization. But the most affected was the witch kingdom of Binasan. Countless unprepared witches were eroded by the dark magic that poured in without any hindrance. Their bodies were ignited with black flames, and they were turned into ashes amidst the screams and wails. Others were directly mutated into monsters by the distorted magic. Their originally human hearts were wiped out in an instant, and only endless hatred for order and civilization was left. Only the witches who stayed in the St. Cantifer Palace with the Silver Queen and Brando were shielded from Bunasan due to the previous battle. Because of this, they escaped the disaster. But even so, the Witch Queen and the leader of the witches on the other side, the former princess of the kingdom, Canudel, who was the last to arrive, raised their heads at the same time and stared uneasily at the ceiling of the basement. Although there was only the rustling of soil due to the tremors outside. Sugar Pot hugged her honey jar and looked at the two of them curiously. The twin Lolas on the other side stared at her maliciously. The enmity between the two of them did not disappear much because of the Silver Queen's death. But the next moment, Canudel lowered her head and looked at the Witch Queen. "Do you want to continue?" The Witch Queen hesitated for a moment. "Go ahead." In the end, Constance passed on the holy ring that represented the Flame King to him. "You should understand the meaning of this. We chose the wrong person, but this also proves that she is just a mortal. The person she chose may not be the right one." "And then?" "You know what you are thinking, right? If you are willing to stand out, I am willing to submit to you," the Witch Queen replied with some difficulty. "Among all of us, I have always thought that only you and the Blue Witch can inherit the position of Witch Queen." The princess shook her head. "She and I belong to the previous era. My student has finished her apprenticeship, and she has found her own student. You are the Witch Queen of this generation, so you should take over this power. You may be the last generation of witches in this world. You want me to assist that young man? Please call him the Dark Dragon." Everyone present was silent. Baba Shah was the only one who seemed a little excited. After a long time, a faint sigh was heard. Canudel turned her head and looked at the outer wall of the basement less than an arm's length away. Her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate it and see the huge changes that were happening outside the White Rose Garden and even the entire Wonde. The 12 moons showed their power, and the aura of magic descended. Countless strong people who were originally wandering in front of the Holy Throne suddenly felt the aura of the Holy Law that had disappeared for a long time in Wonde. The door between the Supreme Realm and the Sage Realm suddenly opened at this moment. The warlocks of the Tower of Stars and Moons saw more than 7 flashes on their astrolabes at this moment. 7 new sages were born. Vala suddenly stood up from his seat. Old Nidevan and the Flame Family Knight beside him looked at the Supreme of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in inexplicable surprise. Not far away, Lightless Return Royale stared at his old friend with an uncertain look in his eyes. He just saw the aura of the other party skyrocket for a moment, but after a moment, it shrank back and became obscure. It felt like he was not looking at a strong person with the strength of the Supreme Realm, but a statue in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The aura on it was neither strong nor weak, but it was incomparably sacred. He was only stunned for a moment before he realized what had happened. The Sage Realm. But Vala's expression was the opposite of his. This great saint was staring fixedly at the ceiling with an expression very similar to Canudel's from before. After a long time, he lowered his head, took a deep breath, and said, "The era of war has come. Everyone, we may not see peace come again in our lifetime. In the following time, we may face death, despair, and endless sorrow, but I hope you can persevere until we achieve the final victory." The dragons flapped their wings and were flying through the dark night sky. They flew over the sky around Silver Bay and witnessed the scene of the Buga's floating city crashing. The magic network seemed to be collapsing and rebuilding, but in any case, an era came to an end under the gaze of these last golden people. As the dragons swept across the land, the dark magic was also eroding the borders of civilization. The dragons saw waves of monsters gathering and swarming in the direction of White Mountain, Tolva Green, and St. Bell Town. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a wave of darkness. But in an instant, a silver line suddenly appeared in the sky of these areas. These silver lines were connected to each other, forming stages. Then, countless beams of light descended from the sky and fell into these black waves. The flames ignited in an instant, forming a huge ring of fire. From the central area where the black waves of monsters were hit, it spread in all directions, instantly killing countless monsters in a sea of fire. The little female dragon Allah's golden eyes reflected such a magnificent scene, and she could not help but show a look of disbelief. War slate. This is my last legacy to you. Go, my children, he said. She heard a dignified voice reverberating in her blood. At that moment, she suddenly understood that this was an ancient inheritance. She had passed through the real coming-of-age ceremony at such a time. Her inheritance came from the crystal, the dragon of wisdom. Chapter 1172. The fall of the black moon, the golden rain, the storm, the elemental phenomenon, the collapse of the law of Tiamat, the escape of the natives of the shallow sea, and the endless darkness. This night was destined to be a restless one. In the countryside of Grenoires, the hill folk ran out of their houses and looked up at the starry sky. After the golden rain fell, the shadows shrouded the forest. In the darkness, only the roars of the witches and prophets, the barking of the dogs, and the running of the animals in the forest could be heard from far and near. But the eyes in the darkness were exceptionally bright, reflecting the silver line across the sky. Look, the suffering that runs rampant in the world, Lady Martha, when will it end? The mountain wind carried away the ancient songs of the hill folk. The army of monsters gathered at the Yusong Mountains. They were a pack of wolves commonly seen outside the borders of Awin's civilization. They were led by a silver-haired female wolf as they pounced towards the Silman region. They were still dozens of miles away, but they had already formed a thick black carpet. The howls of the wolves were like the trombone of an army. 2 young men were lying on the high ground near the Chablis Mountains. They looked at the scene blankly. The sound of hundreds of thousands of black wolves running on the ground was like thunder that pierced through the clouds. It could be heard clearly from miles away. The 2 trembled as they crouched in the bushes, not daring to move at all, not even daring to breathe. This was the place where the blood staff had perished that day. Before it died, it mournfully cursed the Queen of Banshees, Arvet, and swore that its soul would linger until the day of its death, until it perished together with the latter. Then, an arrow hit its skull, splitting its soul fire into 2. It fell from the horse and landed right in the middle of the grass. The 2 young men witnessed this scene with their own eyes. They felt that the blood staff's cold gaze seemed to be watching them from behind. Its curse that day had come true. The day the undead died was the moment the world was destroyed. No words to describe it were more appropriate than the scene before their eyes. The 2 young men were Cohen's subordinates. After Cohen joined Brando, he was enfeoffed by Princess Griffine as Baron Silman. His fief was in Silman, but it was currently the front line of the confrontation between Erewhon and Madara. Brando gave Cohen a piece of land in the loop of trade winds, and Cohen only left a small army here. An army that was responsible for monitoring the movement of the undead. They were the scouts in this army. Recently, the skeletons of Madara had become restless, and surveillance had become more frequent. There were several hidden sentries in the valley, and they were just one of them. However, they knew that their colleagues might not be any better than them. Perhaps some of them had already escaped. It was not that they did not want to run, but they were so scared that their legs were weak. In the valley directly opposite the highland, other than the hidden sentries, there was also an army of the undead. The leaders were Skeletal Lord Rotman and Warlord Ladios. The latter was one of the 4 knights of the apocalypse that Brando was familiar with, the Red Knight. It was slightly different from Brando's prediction of the one-eyed dragon Tarkus and the Insursta dragon. The local mercenaries of Silman had already figured out this information. The rotten knight Krot that Brando spared his life in Sir John Lorison's tomb played an important role in this. It was difficult for ordinary people to figure out the organization of the undead and the lords represented by different banners, but Krot and Brando were different. When they were in Fathom Harbor, they passed on most of the information to Ondina and Freya. Although Brando hated Madara, he did not discriminate against individuals. The rotten knight Krot was originally a fence-sitter in Madara. She did not want to see the country of the Dead Moon united. In fact, she wanted to return to the lawless life of the past. Brando promised to give her a piece of land in the dark forest so that she could control her own destiny. Hence, the latter did not have any integrity and completely became a guide, working for Erwin wholeheartedly. The two young men did not know that the undead on the other side had already discovered them. Ladios woke up from his dormant state several times in the night. The dormancy of the undead was a sacred thing to them. Although they did not need to rest, dormancy allowed them to temporarily calm down, away from the pain and suffering of immortality. Many undead regarded sleeping in a coffin as a noble and sacred ritual. However, the Dead Moon Temple had strict rewards for the dormancy ritual. Strictly speaking, only high-ranked undead had the right to enter dormancy. Ladios became a dark noble after the First War of the Black Rose. He was rewarded by the Holy Cathedral for his contribution in the Battle of Fortress Reden. Although it was not personally praised by the High One, it was still a supreme honor. The Dead Moon Temple was different from the other holy cathedrals on the continent. The priests who wore the robes of acolytes were not kind to anyone. Furthermore, they were humans, a rare non-undead dark noble in the Dead Moon Kingdom. When Ladios walked out of his skeleton tent, the low-ranked undead outside automatically turned their gazes towards him. This red knight wore a black armor, with a black rose medal and a cross on his chest. The knight's commanding sword hung at his waist. Apart from his pale face and livor mortis spots, he looked no different from a human knight. Rain began to fall from the sky without anyone noticing. Cumulonimbus clouds drifted over from the Sea of Tonajal. Together with the tides of 1,000 years, they passed through Randner and Tosankard corridors, bringing the last rain of autumn to the three regions. Ladios stared at the wolves running through the valley. The tremors from the ground were transmitted to him from afar. Even in the rain, the rocks on the ground were jumping wildly, and the vegetation was trembling, shaking off the water droplets on the leaves. However, Ladios did not feel any fear in his heart. The undead did not know fear, and even though the high-ranked undead knew how to preserve themselves, their rationality and not their emotions controlled their actions. This was the greatest advantage the blessed of the Dead Moon had over the weak creatures. He looked at the black carpet that was engulfing the valley. His gaze did not linger on it for long. He turned his head and looked at the valley above. The sky was dark and devoid of light. It was the most lonely moment before dawn. "Let's go." He gave an order. There were no objections or questions. The undead moved on their own accord like a soundless entity, or perhaps a giant beast that had awakened. The darkness quickly lit up with soul fire. In just a few minutes, the huge camp came to life. This was a realm that even the most well-trained human army could never achieve. And from beginning to end, Ladios did not look back at the valley. The two youths lying in the grass suddenly felt a trace of vigilance. One of them subconsciously turned around, only to hear a light sound as a bone arrow suddenly appeared on his neck. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth, trying in vain to grab his throat. Unfortunately, before he could utter a complete syllable, he fell on his back. In his last sight, he saw a lich standing in the distant forest with a bone staff in his hand. But unlike ordinary lich, this lich was covered in heavy armor, with a shield in his left hand and a bone staff in his right hand that was less than an elbow long. He did not wear a helmet or a faceplate, and his bare skull was exposed from his breastplate. His eye sockets held two fluorescent phosphorescent lights. This lich didn't have any skeleton warriors as his subordinates and looked more like a lone ranger. A thick book with a black cover and silver edges was hung on his waist with an iron chain. Raindrops rolled down from the pages of the book, but it wasn't soaked in the slightest. If Brando was here and saw this thing, he would definitely cry out in alarm, "Death Knight." The undead were a unique class of heavy armor mages. They were the only existence in the Slate War. Although they weren't as flexible as true black mages, they were extremely threatening in battle because they could be mass-produced like liches. Moreover, these Death Knights were not just weak mages. In fact, they also had the strength of a gold rank in close combat. It could be said that they cultivated both magic and martial arts, and were extremely troublesome to deal with. After the undead had them, they could only use the weak skeletal knights, ghosts, and bone vultures as scouts. The Death Knights would often single-handedly destroy an entire team of scouts when they clashed with other races. From then on, not only did they have the ability to penetrate every nook and cranny of the battlefield, but they also had the ability to conceal themselves from the battlefield. The Death Knight was one of Tamar's masterpieces. Although Madara no longer had this alchemy master, they still obtained the most ideal troops in the Second War of the Black Roses. At this moment, the correction of history seemed to be heavy and irresistible. The young man who had a bone arrow in his throat twitched twice. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab the air, but in the end, he only caught a few drops of rain. Then, he lost his life. His companion was already stunned. He did not know how they were discovered, but his survival instinct made him run. However, before he could run a few steps, the second bone arrow had already caught up with his back. His body paused slightly, and he stumbled forward a few steps in the rain, then fell down. The Death Knight used his phosphorescent eyes to carefully look at the two corpses before he put away his bone staff and left again. At the same time, such a scene played out repeatedly in the valley. However, very few people knew about it. Even the wolves a few miles away were oblivious to the slaughter in the rainy night. Their only target was the lights of civilization in the Silman Valley. The dark tide surged across the land, and the nearest town seemed to be just a stone's throw away. Chapter 1173. A silver-haired woman landed on a rock. She stood naked in the drizzle, her amber eyes reflecting a cold light. She looked at the scene expressionlessly, but she did not intend to take another step forward. A huge silver tail swayed gently behind her. In her eyes, the fleeing humans meandered through the valley. From afar, they looked like a troop of ants, as if they could be easily crushed with a hand. After dozens of centuries, mortals have actually fallen to this level. What exactly did that woman do? She's neither human nor ghost. How disgusting. She muttered to herself. Isn't that right, Timmy? Yes, she nodded and answered her own question. Should we kill them? All right, but we have to wait a while. Let's see if that woman's will is still here. It doesn't matter. I can't sense their presence anymore, Timmy. But her will is still here. There's still an unpleasant presence in this land. Timmy shook her head. We'll know soon, she said again. The black carpet was less than 5 miles away from the nearest town. The alpha wolf running at the front had already crossed the border between the humans and the undead by default. But it was at this moment. Suddenly, the black tide seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. A wave of blood was reflected in the silver-haired woman's eyes. The alpha wolf at the front of the pack was directly torn apart, exploding into a pool of blood. This wave of blood spread out with the front of the black tide as the center. It was like a ripple in the water. From front to back, it instantly turned tens of thousands of black wolves into nothingness. The wave of blood spread until it was less than 10 meters in front of the woman. She saw the remains of bones, flesh, and organs splashing in this direction along with the wave of blood. The rock she was standing on was like a reef in a Red Sea. The wave of blood surged backward for a long time before it gradually calmed down. Then, 2 sacred statues suddenly appeared in the valley. They were hundreds of feet tall, holding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. They stood at the entrance of the valley. Under their feet, all the black wolves were turned into broken corpses. Blood flowed everywhere. If Brando was here, he would definitely recognize these 2 images. They were so similar to the holy images he had seen in the deer forest. So she's still here. Timmy sighed. Then there's nothing we can do. Go help your sisters. Okay. She nodded. His body seemed to have melted, turning into a handful of water droplets that fell and blended into the rain. As soon as the silver-haired girl left, the wolves in the valley immediately became a mess. However, they no longer dared to test the range of the 2 sacred statues. After a short period of chaos, they whined and turned around, retreating back into the Pine Mountain range. Ladios looked at the cheering humans in the valley. The rainwater slid down his wax-like face, but he was expressionless, as if he had expected this. He didn't even need to turn around to know what was happening behind him. The sound of the earth shaking was fading away. The calamity of wolves could not even set foot on this land today. Because it was a sacred and inviolable land of miracles. But it shouldn't be in the hands of people who don't understand its value, a hoarse voice said. Ladios turned around and saw Hoffman, who was about the height of 2 or 3 people, walking towards him. The skeleton lord's weapon was a human bone mace, which was said to be forged from the skulls of 100 human knights. It was his weapon and his medal. He had participated in the First War of the Black Rose and the Bloodstaff's invasion of Karsuk. He was much older than Ladios, but he was not the commander of this undead army. Her Majesty liked to appoint young people, which was already known in the Dead Moon Kingdom. I'm not interested in that. What I need to consider is to obtain glory for Her Majesty, Ladios replied. You are loyal, Ladios. The undead never lack this. What I need to do is to crush the enemy. Erwin is not worth mentioning. Have you forgotten their performance in the last war? Hoffman didn't seem to care. In his eyes, the enemy was nothing more than maggots. The only ones that could make the new Madara fight were the 4 great empires. Few people knew that the Dead Moon Kingdom had already awakened under the leadership of the Mercury Staff. I hope so, Ladios replied. But the hidden sentries we got rid of today show that the humans have not given up on resisting. It's just a futile effort. Hoffman let out a hollow laugh. He used his bony finger to point at the humans in the valley who knew nothing about their fate and were still cheering because of the retreat of the calamity of wolves. Let me kill them. We need to replenish our souls and quickly strengthen ourselves, just like Tarkus and the others. This time, Ladios finally nodded. Karsuk Highlands, Jincheng. The Baron of Jincheng looked at the sea of soul flames below the city with a steely expression. He turned around and saw his guards and several retainers standing behind him. He looked at them with an ugly expression and slowly opened his mouth. Go and inform the Highland Knight, the Wizard of the Tower, and Her Highness, the undead have invaded. Bring as many people as you can. Don't let those skeletons stop you. Just leave a team of knight for me. My lord. Everyone's expression changed. Hurry up, don't drag it out. The Toker family and the undead have been enemies for generations. Give me my sword. I'll go to my ancestors and tell them that I didn't tarnish the honor of my family. He waved his hand. Bring my 3rd son. He's still young and the honor doesn't belong to him. Leave the city immediately. The bone dragons will be here soon. Let the Wyvern Knight in the city take off and attract their attention. Everyone seemed to finally understand what kind of situation they were in. Only then did they nod silently. They all bowed to the Baron and then turned to leave. But when the Baron turned around again, only he and his knight were left on the city wall. This was the last battle of Jincheng. But it was Erwin's first battle. That night, the Second War of the Black Roses that Brando was familiar with finally began. In the darkness, it seemed that everything had died. Bunasan, the country of witches, had become a dead world. The plains and forests in the dream had lost their vitality. The grass and trees had withered, and the trunks had become bare with no leaves. The branches drooped alone, telling the story of the vitality of the world that was draining away. Mountains and rivers collapsed and fell apart. The earth was covered with crisscrossing wounds. Cities, fields, and manors were ruined and withered. There were no more stars in the sky, only a dark void. Bunasan had been completely destroyed. The inheritance of the witches had been cut off. There might be a last generation of witches in the world, but they would not have descendants. But in this empty world, there was still a will patrolling the sky and watching this barren land. To be exact, it was a confrontation between a man and a wolf. One was a great will. When it existed, Wond might not even have existed. It had experienced almost every war in every era. Almost all of its opponents had died, but it still existed. It had slept for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But today, it woke up. When it woke up, Wond's territory had shrunk by almost 1%. Thousands of cities and settlements had been destroyed in the calamity of wolves. But in the place where it looked, there was a person who could be its equal. It was just a little girl. When she was born, everything about the last era had become a memory of the past in people's minds. She had not seen the war, nor had she seen the horror of the dusk. But she was here. Ekis felt a familiar aura from her. Her name was Sophie, a witch of the 13th moon. A believer of the black moon. Ekis, Sophie looked at Ekis and said quietly, I pulled you into this world because I wanted to talk to you. I didn't expect to see that woman's masterpiece as soon as I woke up, Alpha Ekis said. There was not too much negative emotion in his voice. Instead, it was lazy and gentle. But do you think I don't dare to kill you? In terms of bloodline, I'm your descendant, Ekis, Sophie replied. So what? Do you expect me to have such shallow feelings like family? Sophie shook her head. The bloodline of the 13th is as pure as one. Your teeth of destruction can cut off everything, but it can't cut off the inheritance of the magic moon. You can't kill me. If you knew I would wake up, you would have waited for me here? That's because you're my mother. It's in my bloodline. How annoying. Ekis bared his teeth. If Martha was here, I wouldn't mind biting her throat. Unfortunately, she's not a real existence. Mother, let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Ekis replied coldly. If you just want to imprison me here, then you're too naive. Sophie shook her head. I only have one request. I'll let you leave this place, but you have to leave the loop of trade winds. Ekis was silent for a moment. You want to protect her? She shook her head. It's futile. How long can she continue to struggle? The outcome of this war was already decided in the last era. How do you know if you don't try? It's up to you. I don't want to set foot on this land anyway. Ekis nodded. Since my daughter's blood flows in your veins, I'll agree to your request. Sophie nodded and raised her hand. Chapter 1174. If the Chong Mountain trial was a dream, then for Brando, the dream was gradually collapsing. After the spatial rift that he and Bai saw swept across the sky, the entire trial became unstable. Many empty spaces appeared in the space, and ice and rocks fell into the rifts with terrifying screams. The glaciers soon split into 4 or 5 pieces, and avalanches 100 times more spectacular than what he had experienced before came crashing down, as if the world was going to be completely crushed. There was no longer a path in the collapsing world that could be called a passage to continue moving forward. If he was still in his previous state, he would have died without a burial place, but the fact was that his current state was much better than before. Bai's words were a huge help to him. Now that he knew that this was a spiritual world, no matter how terrifying the scene was, Brando only needed to be firm and unwavering, and he would not be harmed at all. He moved forward step by step, as if he was walking a path in this chaotic scene. At this moment, even the white fog in his spiritual world did not dare to mock him anymore. She was frightened. Although she knew the nature of this world better than Brando, she did not have an outrageous willpower attribute like him. Even if she understood, she could not help but be affected by everything in front of her. She could only wait nervously for the result. Would Brando conquer this trial, or would he die here with her? But Brando saw a strange scene at this moment. He saw a wide road in this collapsing world. Although it was also a snowfield, it was not affected by the collapsing glaciers around it. Everything collapsed on its sides, and passed away on its sides, but it remained motionless, like a world of perfect stillness. Bai, who was also in Brando's spiritual world and observing the world through Brando's eyes, naturally saw this scene as well. She cried out involuntarily, "The sage leads the way." Brando looked up, and a back was deeply engraved in his eyes. It was a jade-green color that was completely different from this snow-covered world. He couldn't even see the thin figure walking in the snowy plains, but he could only see a cloak fluttering in the wind, like a flag. Brendel's pupils shrank in circles. In this world, there was an epic. A knight named Tian Qing shattered the heavens, causing the stars to fall to the earth, announcing the end of an era. With the holy spear firmament in his hand, he guarded the dark night of the mortals. However, he was no ordinary person. Then are you a mortal, Brando? I am. Then are you immortal, Sophie? Brando remained silent, as if there were two voices asking and answering themselves in his heart. Follow him. Follow them, Brendel. Haku's voice shouted anxiously in his mind. But he turned a deaf ear. He suddenly saw the Silver Queen standing in front of him, looking at him in horror. The hope in her eyes was extinguished bit by bit, finally turning into endless despair. Your authority comes from the Truth Society. Ovina looked at him from the other side and said firmly, one word at a time. He took a step forward, and the two phantoms behind him shattered into pieces. Who are you? Princess Griffine looked at him coldly and stood in front of him. My fiancé is Brando Cardeloso, not you. Brando took another step forward, and the princess phantoms also disappeared. But he stopped. He saw Brando, the version of himself who died in the old mansion in Bucci, looking at him quietly. Where are you from? Brando's heart trembled slightly. The biggest secret in his heart finally loosened. You know everything, don't you? The other, him, smiled at him. I am immortal, the son of the sword Saint Darius. My grandfather's wish for me was to survive and not be sucked into this vortex of right and wrong. But 60 years after that war, who can see the future clearly? Perhaps all of this was already destined. As a mortal, how can I control my own fate? I am you, Brando, Brando answered. We are not different. But I am immortal. Are you? Brando also answered, when Ovina said those words to you, you already understood, didn't you? Brando was silent. Indeed, he had his suspicions as well. Black iron blood flowed in his veins, but he had the legacy of his ancestors. Some facts were already self-evident. But as a player, how could Sophie have the blood of his ancestors? In reality, he was just a normal person. Do you understand? Brando asked again. He nodded his head silently. Brando also looked at him silently. So, Brando, answer me. In this world, do the mortals control their own fates? I don't know, Brando shook his head. But I believe that perhaps one day. Perhaps one day? This question suddenly made Brando's heart resolute. He raised his head, his eyes shining with the light of reminiscence. He answered softly. Perhaps I have seen all of this before. I have seen a civilization that has experienced ignorance and barbarism, slaughter and disorder, and even to this day, is still greedy and indifferent. But I have also seen a lot of gentleness and beauty, at least I know that our history has not regressed. Even if the process is long and winding, I have reason to believe that tomorrow, what you have seen, I have never known, Brando. The other, him, shook his head. So this is the biggest difference between us. Let me ask you, Brando, will you decide the future of mortals for us? Brando looked at him. But he did not answer. He took a step forward. His illusion faded into nothingness, like ripples on the surface of the water. You are one of us, Brando. A gentle voice sounded. Brando raised his head in surprise and looked at the figure that appeared in front of him. The other party did not turn his head. He stood with his back to him. A dreamy green cloak hung down from his back and quietly fell to the ground. It was not until this moment that Brando realized that the snowy plains around them had disappeared. The two of them seemed to be in an empty space of the universe. Stars twinkled around them. Brando opened his mouth in slight surprise. He did not even know how the other party came to his side. And he had a faint feeling that the other party did not seem to be an illusion, but a real existence here. This illusion was so strong that he was so shocked that he could not say a word. Haku also could not make a sound. The Azure Knight slowly turned around. Only then did Brando realize that the descriptions of the other party in various legends and myths were not fabricated. But he could not see the other party's face clearly. The Azure Knight held up a sword in his hand and said to him, "The people under your protection rely on you. This is a responsibility for you. And when you make such a decision, you will change the fate of others. Although you do not answer this question, you understand this in your heart. I am just doing what I want to do, Brando retorted. I did not hurt anyone. In fact, not only did you not hurt them, you also protected them, just like Martha and the gods. But sometimes such kindness is unintentional. This is not a favor, but a mutual trust. Even without me, the people will fight for themselves and protect their homes and loved ones. No one has the right to decide the fate of others. Brendel shook his head firmly. Even without me, the people will fight for themselves and protect their homes and loved ones. And what you are doing, I am just one of them. There is no difference, sir. Maybe I am stronger. I don't mind someone supporting me and moving forward with me. If one day I lose my power, I will be the same. Because civilization and order are not separate entities. Our kingdom and society are built through mutual connections, and no one can be free from them. The Azure Knight nodded and picked up the sword in his hand. Then are you ready to take my sword? Haku was excited. She looked at Brando with some disbelief. In fact, as a candidate, Brando did not seem that extraordinary to her. Before the War of the Holy Saints, although there were fewer candidates in each era than the last, there were still some. In fact, Brando was not the best candidate she had ever seen. He even seemed a little clumsy. If it were not for her reminder and rescue, he might have died in the glacier. Before this, she had never heard of a candidate needing help from others to pass the trial. But similarly, she had never heard of anyone who could meet the will of the Azure Knight in the trial. Almost uncontrollably, the words of the legendary dark prophecy emerged in her heart, especially when the Azure Knight picked up the sword in front of her. Because only she understood what the sword symbolized. She finally could not help but shout in Brando's mind, "Quick, accept it, Brando. That is the Amber Sword. You may be the person that Tada and the Fire Fairy were talking about. Pick it up, maybe you can really bring a glimmer of hope to this world." But Brando did not reach out his hand. He just stood there quietly. You are crazy. Haku was a little furious. Do you understand what you are doing? How can you let down the hopes of those who believe in you? I am not crazy, Brando shook his head. Lady Tiamas, do you think our world can be saved by a sword? Chapter 1175. Why not? Haku was surprised. She seemed to have never considered this question because countless legends and epics clearly wrote such words. It was a sword that could change the fate of mortals and the world. As long as one held it, there would be infinite possibilities. It could even completely kill the Twilight Dragon and end all wars. The legend of the Azure Knight seemed to have proven this legend from another perspective. But Brendel quietly opened his mouth and asked a question in return. This is a sword that can change fate. In the Azure epic, its existence symbolizes that everyone can control their own fate, isn't it? Of course, what are you trying to say? But how can the fate of mortals be entrusted to a sword? If such a sword really exists, then can it still symbolize that every mortal can control their own fate? Isn't our fate already controlled by a sword and the person holding it? Don't you think this is a paradox, Miss Tiamas? You. Haku was speechless for a moment. I think Lud is right. It's just a key. Brando then replied, it can only symbolize what we choose. Our ancestors have walked this path before, they chose it, and now it's our turn. The Azure Knight held a long sword and looked at him silently. Then he gently nodded. He stretched out the tip of the sword and placed it in front of him, then suddenly, all the illusions turned into nothingness, as if countless butterflies were fluttering and dissipating in the surrounding void. What appeared in Brando's eyes was an altar. It was a black hexagonal altar. It was neither gold nor iron, about the size of 2 football fields, and it was suspended in space. Around the altar, stars were shining, and the bright galaxy was like a hanging chain above his head. Ah, Mr. Brando. Brando heard a surprised voice and saw a familiar little guy appear beside him. It was the little prince of the fire fairies, Lute. He was staring not far away, frowning as he let out a low cry, Flame Scepter. In fact, Brando had already seen the scepter. It was not a physical object, but a golden red scepter formed by the golden red lines of the law. It was suspended in the position where the Azure Knight had placed the long sword. At this moment, Brando seemed to be within reach. But Brando did not grab it immediately. Instead, he asked, "Lute, I forgot to ask a question before." "What question?" The fire fairy turned his head and kept hinting Brando to quickly pick up the scepter with his eyes. When he was teleported in from the outside, the mountain where the storm had stopped had completely collapsed. Although he did not know where he was, the space here was unstable. From time to time, stars would be extinguished and fall. Large areas of lightless darkness would appear in the galaxy. Even the edges of the altar beneath their feet were crumbling and breaking apart, turning into tiny fragments that dissipated into the universe. But what made him a little anxious was that Brando didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. In fact, Haku didn't say anything at this time. She didn't even mention anything about Brando helping her to get something. She seemed to be still immersed in the conversation with Brando and had not recovered from it. Brando thought for a moment before asking, "What exactly is the Amber Sword?" "What?" Lute was stunned. "I passed the Chong Mountain test in order to gain the recognition of the Scepter of Fire." This test was originally prepared for the candidates, right? And the candidates are actually people who get the recognition of the 7 holy swords, right? Of course. The latter nodded. "What are you trying to say, Mr. Brando?" "And in history, besides me, there was at least one other person who got the recognition of more than 2 holy swords, right?" "Yes, that was the Knight of the Azure Sky." "Isn't that clear?" But the Knight of the Azure Sky in the Majestic Mountain test was to get the Holy Lance of Heaven. And now that I think about it, the legendary Amber Sword was indeed his sword. So, what does the Azure Sky and the 7 holy swords have to do with the Amber Sword? "You're thinking about this, Mr. Brando?" Lute was stunned. "I don't know about this, but when you put it that way, it's a little strange. In theory, this test should indeed exist to get the recognition of the 7 holy swords, and the person who gets the recognition of the 7 holy swords will naturally get the Amber Sword. That's what was written in the prophecy. As for why, I'm not too sure. The reason is very simple." Haku's voice finally rang out, "Because the Holy Lance of Heaven is the Amber Sword." "What?" Brando and Lute blurted out at the same time. The main principle of the Holy Lance of Heaven actually comes from the power of wind and thunder. It's a manifestation of the Holy Sword of Wind, but it's not entirely the power of the wind, because it also has the power of the Halran Gaia. What does this mean? Brando became more and more confused as he listened. The meaning is very simple. You just have to hold the Scepter of Fire and you'll understand. Haku replied, "Because to be precise, the firmament is just a part of the Amber Sword. It can show different forms. To be precise, as a sword, it's a conceptual existence. Otherwise, how do you think the firmament could hurt the Twilight Dragon? The only weapon in this world that can hurt the Twilight Dragon is the Amber Sword." Brando looked at the Scepter of Fire in front of him and murmured, "In other words, as long as I get the approval of more than 2 holy swords, I can get the Amber Sword, or at least a part of it." "Just a part, unless you can get the approval of all 7 holy swords." Haku narrowed his eyes. "But now I feel that it's not impossible for you. You already have the mark of Gaia in your body, and the flaming blade and orb of fire are also in your soul. As long as you pick up this scepter, you'll understand." Brando couldn't help but take a deep breath. The altar was rumbling, and at this time, its edges began to fall off in large pieces. He finally reached out and gently grabbed the line of law that made up the Scepter of Fire. At that moment, the law of Tiamat, which was behind the entire world of Wonde, suddenly shook. Hippamra looked up at the will of the mountains floating in midair. The light emitted from the warhammer was getting brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, in the streets around her, meteorites were falling from the night sky. Amidst the smoke and dust, countless crystal clusters crawled out of the craters. Although they did not have a unified command, they quickly discovered the young lady who was in the ruins. These twilight species immediately screamed and gathered in her direction. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of crystal creatures of different sizes surrounding Hippamra. But Miss Priestess did not seem to see them at all. She only stared at the will of the mountains in midair. Her face was full of surprise, as if the threat around her was not worth mentioning at all. The crystal clusters got closer and closer until they let out a shrill shriek and suddenly pounced towards Hipamla with bared fangs and brandished claws. But time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The will of the mountains suddenly shone brightly. Countless silver lines extended from an unknown space and pierced through the crystal clusters that were still in midair. These silver lines were densely packed, and in an instant, they formed a bright silver pillar-shaped light curtain, as if everything was falling straight down from the sky. In the next moment, all the crystal clusters were cut in half at the waist, turning into countless crystal fragments that fell to the ground with a clatter. Then, the silver line extended out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, all the streets near the December Square were swept by an invisible force. Wherever it passed, all the crystal clusters were met with a calamity. In just a few breaths, half of Rushta City fell silent. But the place where Hipamra and the will of the mountains were originally at was now empty. At that moment, Brando just happened to hold the scepter of fire in his hand. A strange, indescribable feeling responded from his heart. He looked up instinctively and saw a few rays of light rising from the space in front of him. First was a ray of azure light. It crossed the endless void and arrived in front of Brando in the blink of an eye. But it did not stop and immediately merged into his body. The sacred sword of wind. Bai could not help but cry out. But Brando closed his eyes. Because he felt a deep sense of longing from this ray of light. He understood where it came from the moment this ray of light merged into his body. Then he heard Ovina's voice. Congratulations on passing the trial of the Chong Mountain. My master and I are waiting for you to create a miracle. The era of the Azure Lance has passed. What will the future hold? Perhaps you will need to open that door, Scarlet. Brando could not help but mumble to himself. The third sword. Lute almost jumped up. This is the reaction of the holy relic. Mr. Brando, what have you done? The Knight of the Azure Lance has acknowledged you. But Bai kept his mouth shut. Of course he knew what Brando had done. Then the second ray of light came in front of Brando. It was a ray of grey light. Lute and Bai did not have time to identify what it was, but Brando had already recognized it. My lord, Hipamra's voice rang in his mind. Thank you for allowing the goddess Sanctum to reappear in the world. This is the goddess' wish. The ray of light also merged into Brando's body in an instant. The orb of the earth. Only then did Bai cry out. She looked at Brando as if she was looking at a monster. P.S. This month is almost over. Full attendance is expected. Also, I'm looking for votes next month. Chapter 1176. Fanzin's envoy had already left the Laurel Terrace in March. There was a burnt smell in the air, and the leaves danced in the wind, but the direction of the wind had changed. The guards of the elf court dispersed everyone on the terrace. Only Saint Tossel the Wind Empress and her knight, as well as the hunter siblings were left. The royal elf took off the Wind Empress ring on her white index finger, and everyone present did the same thing. The sky above the Wind Elf Palace sank slightly. The rings in their hands lit up one after another. It was unknown who was mourning for the dead, but the sad and distant singing of the elves drifted in from outside the palace. From the wind, sheltered by the wind, descendants of Osamir, why not return? Return to the wind, sheltered by the wind, return to your heroic soul, sleep forever, like silence. Saint Tossel listened to the singing. She seemed to recall her childhood. At that time, the bright moon shrouded the valley, and the elders told the myths and legends of the ancient times in the forest. Unlike many elves who lived a simple life, she yearned for a heroic life when she was young. But when did heroes have to be manipulated by fate? Gretel, Fanzin, are you all right? The moonlight after 1,000 years was still as bright as before, but the story told under the moonlight was already 1,000 years old. After the world changed, everything in the past could only fade away with time. That was something only a few people still remembered. When these few people passed away, the time that belonged to the past stopped forever. The royal elf blinked lightly, as if sand had entered her eyes. She picked up the ring and raised it high, and the knight did the same. An era had ended. But there was always a new page in the new story. The rings turned into streams of light from their hands and flew into the sky. "Farewell, my friend, farewell, your majesty." The knight who lost his ring saluted his colleague, the Wind Empress, with the etiquette of the elf knights. His body that was slightly glowing gradually disappeared from his feet, then half of his body, and finally his whole person turned into specks of light dust, and disappeared with the wind. "Farewell. We have never regretted our promise of 1,000 years. If time goes back, we believe you. Victory remains the same." The knights bowed in unison to Sonorso the Wind Empress, and then their figures gradually faded, turning into drifting dust. Sonorso wiped the corners of her eyes. She did not cry, because that was not the weakness of the wise ones. Heroes were born to protect the world, and they should not feel sad. It was just that the wind and sand were too strong at the moment, and their eyes were blurred. This was a reunion after 1,000 years. But it was also a final farewell. She was always luckier than others, because at least she still had time to say goodbye. In her blurred eyes, she seemed to see Eleranta's tall back. Saint Tossol's lips moved, unsure whether to call her big human woman or Sister Eleranta. The elf royal sister's face was calm, but she was somewhat absent-minded as she looked in that direction. Although there was nothing there, only the laurel leaves scattered all over the ground. Our life is like a circle. It has a beginning and an end, but when that moment comes, it is as if we have returned to the beginning. Fanzin, can you not say such nonsense? You are not a poet, Saint Tossol. I really wonder which one of us is the elf. Is there an elf like you? I remember that the elves have a deep understanding of art and beauty, don't they? There are always exceptions. Am I not one of them? To be honest, I also pursue a romantic life, but my romance is the light of swords and shadows, not poetic and picturesque, that's true. But Saint Tossol, seriously speaking, Cruz, Eleranta and I are all humans, and you are an elf. One day, we will all grow old, but you will still live for a very, very long time. When that time comes, you will understand the meaning of this sentence, then I would rather not understand. Although you are humans, as long as you become stronger, you can also have a long life, even longer than us elves, isn't that right? That's true. It was as if it was not tears that fell, but starlight. Peya felt a chill on the back of her hand. She was slightly stunned, and when she lowered her head, she saw a wet mark there, and a sparkling bead was sliding down the back of her hand to her fingertips. "My lady." She looked up at the ladder in surprise. The lower half of the elf lady's body had faded so much that only a shadow was left. She blinked, came back to her senses, and smiled. She reached out and gently touched the heads of the hunter siblings, and said kindly, "Do you remember what I said to you? My lady, are you leaving too?" Yeruta raised his head and looked at the elf royal sister who taught him and his sister swordsmanship and archery, and gave them motherly care, and asked in a low voice. Although they had not been together for long, the feelings between the three of them were already quite close. "There is no banquet in the world that does not end, Yeruta." "But what about Mr. Brando?" Yeruta held back his anger and asked, "Didn't you promise him that you would go back to see him?" "It's not the first time I've lied to him." The Wind Empress smiled slightly and said, "He's a fool." Yeruta looked at her steadily. Peya was the same, but her sister was always stronger and more sensible than her brother. She came over and gently pressed her brother's shoulder from behind. Her brother's eyes quickly turned red. "But I don't want you to go, my lady, that won't do." Saint Tossol smiled magnanimously and said, "There are more important people waiting for me, Yeruta. You are still young, and in the future you will go to many places, see many things, and meet many people. Among these people, there are always a few who are worth waiting for your life. Are there people like that waiting for you, my lady?" Yeruta asked, "Is it the Flame King and Lord Fanzin?" "You are very smart, but it's not just them." The elf lady sighed, her tone already tinged with nostalgia. What a dazzling era that was, so many people. So many legends. But in the end, they have passed away. Specks of light dust scattered in the night sky. Both the hunter siblings raised their heads and looked at these final words of farewell, but as if the two did not understand what all this meant, many people in Wone did not understand this night either. History has turned to a new page. Those names that belonged to the past were eventually sealed under the pages of the book. The third stream of light in the darkness had already rushed over and merged into Brando's body in an instant. Scepter of Wind. The third stream of light reflected in Byakugan's eyes had already shocked her speechless. The Wind Holy Sword, firmament was almost formed, and only the orb of wind was left. But Lute and Byakugan who were present suddenly saw that Brando was actually shedding tears at this moment. Because he only heard a voice echoing in his heart, "The road ahead is up to you, little guy, come on." That voice was so familiar that he instantly understood what had happened. "Goodbye, my lord. Farewell, little guy." This was perhaps the last speech of an era. There was a sigh in the darkness. The bell of twilight in Fanzan rang, and the two popes in front and behind looked at the blurred starlight fading from the eastern sky. There was already a faint white light in the sky, and this devastated land finally welcomed another day of sunrise. Outside the palace, on the balcony, Elaranta's figure was no longer there. Birds flapped their wings and flew over the treetops, monks in white robes ran in the courtyard, and a pillar of light was soaring into the sky from the temple where the divine power of Alamisal was placed. That golden light, and the dawn in the distant sky, reflected each other's splendor. Everyone stared at it. They watched as it shone brightly and disappeared little by little. In the distant Great Glacier, under the layer of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years, there was a sudden flash of light, and a roar could be heard within thousands of miles. William turned his head in midair, and the scene of the mountains collapsing was reflected in his eyes. Hundreds of snow-capped mountains collapsed downward in his vision, turning into dust. The cry of the holy artifact, he hesitated for a moment, then flew in that direction. The 7 holy swords were hanging alone in the starry sky beside Brando. But only 2 of them had physical bodies, and there was still one that lacked the final law. At this time, a light appeared in the void of the universe, but in the next moment, the light suddenly dimmed. Someone has restricted the will of the orb of wind. Lute said hatefully, how could he do that? How could a mortal be so selfish? The staff of ice did not respond to the call. It is indeed not enough. There is not enough time. Haku's face was also a little ugly. But she did not really feel that it was not worth it for Brando, but because now she and Brando were grasshoppers on the same rope, the more Brando obtained, the more confident she would be. In the end, she never thought of herself as a selfless person, but she did not need to be selfless. But no matter what, perhaps only the real lunatics would be willing to see the destruction of the World Cup, because no one wanted to die. Even the undead were no exception. An eternal gaze was staring at the dome of the skeleton hall. After a long time, she chuckled, and the white gas that she exhaled turned into ice fog, and fell to the ground with a rustle. Darkness and death all crawled under her feet, and blood like roses grew and spread out from the white bones under her throne. It was a plant from hell, and it was born by drinking blood. You want to take something from me, that is not possible. The supreme ruler shook her head lightly. She threw out the scepter that looked like flowing mercury. The scepter vibrated, and the whole body emitted a bright flowing light, but it quickly dimmed. All things, only submission. Chapter 1177. Lute gritted her teeth and shouted, "Ah, how hateful, even the dark scepter is being suppressed. Do those mortals know what this means?" But Brando did not say much about this scene, he only silently felt the voice disappear in his memory. Wind Empress, beside Brando, at this moment, the altar had completely collapsed, turned into countless fragments, and fell into the void. But the former was unaware. Even Haku did not say much at this moment. She did not notice the voice talking to Brando. She was slightly distracted when Lute mentioned the dark scepter. It was as if she was very familiar with that scepter. Brando. Reach out, hold it, your destiny. The moment the voice of the Wind Empress disappeared, another voice suddenly sounded in Brando's mind. In a daze, Brando almost subconsciously reached out his hand, and a boundless darkness extended from the direction his hand pointed at. The dark pearl. The dark pearl. The same words, but in Lu Ti's and Haku's mouths, the meaning was completely different. One was surprised, the other had expected it, and there was a slight resentment in her voice. Haku reacted, although she already knew that it was the sacred object that chose its master that day, but thinking back, she still felt a little unwilling. If it was not for that mistake, how could there be so many things today? The two saw Brando clenching his hand into the void, and the stars suddenly lit up slightly, and correspondingly, a black light shot up from the sea of the dying moon on the continent of Wonde, and all the sailors on the inland sea witnessed this strange scene. The black light pillar shot straight into the clouds. It was so strange that it did not even blend in with the night. This light pillar lasted for a full 15 minutes before it gradually disappeared. And for Brando, that was only the blink of an eye. He felt a cold touch from his palm. He raised his head and opened his eyes, only to see that he was holding a black sacred sword with a deformed blade. At this moment, beneath St. Cantilever Palace, Princess Canudel and the Witch Queen, who were in the midst of negotiations, suddenly raised their heads. Most of the other witches also revealed expressions of shock and uncertainty. Then, ecstasy appeared on their faces. Most of the people stood up at this moment. The unusual movements of the witches attracted the attention of the young man who was taking care of the sleeping Titi. Then, he saw the county walking over with the countess. "What's the matter, gentlemen?" the Shire asked loudly. "The dark dragon has arrived." "What?" "To be precise," Noodle explained to him, "Judgment has reappeared in this world." The name of the sword was Judgment Destruction. The blade was 3 feet 1 inch long and 3 fingers wide. The blade was twisted and strange. In the entire world, only one person had ever conquered the entire world with it. Holy Sword of Annihilation. Haku answered without hesitation. "This is the weapon of the Dark Lord, the Dark Dragon." "The Dark Dragon," Lute muttered. At this moment, the Fire Fairy Prince could only think of the words in the prophecy. "The Dark Lord walks like a shepherd wolf." Before the calamity, after the apocalypse, in his eyes, there are no secrets in this world. In the lower realm, the witches all faced the east and prostrated themselves. Of all the people present, only Noodle and the Witch Queen were still standing. The Shire stood next to Scarlet and was speechless. At this moment, somewhere in the eastern Metz, the Undead's peerless General Greta and the Banshee Queen Yalvit were also speechless. The soul fire in their eyes flickered as they silently stared at the tightly shut door. For a moment, they couldn't utter a single word. "It seems," after a while, Greta finally answered, "we were rejected." "That damned old man!" Yalvit angrily cursed. "What does he mean?" "He said, we are not the people he is waiting for, and the people he is waiting for have already appeared." Greta repeated to her colleague, "Something like that." "I know, I mean he dares to reject us." "Lady Yalvit," Greta smiled, "you are wrong about that, because there is no one he does not dare to reject." Yalvit looked at her in surprise. "I thought you were very proud." "I am indeed proud, and I have the right to be." Greta nodded nonchalantly, but in front of him, no one can be proud. "Is that so?" "Yes," Greta answered, "because he is called Tumen, the tyrant of the elements." The holy sword of light, Mither, flashed slightly. 3 lines of law extended from the distant galaxy and connected to it, but it did not obtain true power. The orb of light, the scepter, and the body of the holy sword did not appear here. "The orb of light is responding to you, it is in Fanzan." Haku stared at this scene and said, "But it is not enough, you have not yet obtained their recognition, the scepter of light is also responding." Lute said with a trembling voice, "This is not just responding, it is." "In Cruz," Haku answered, "in East Metz." Finally, the holy sword Mither, "It is." Lute's voice was a little strange. "It is in Erewhon, how can it be in Erewhon?" "It is calling us, why?" "Tumen." Just a moment ago, Brando finally recognized the owner of the second voice. This name flashed across his mind. The Wind Empress was right, he was still alive. "But it said to wait for me in Osapi." "Osapi." Brando was a little confused. Why is that? Brando. Haku's voice came from outside his thoughts. Wake up, the elemental world is about to completely collapse. Quickly call their names, just one more step. Verdant must be in the hands of the Dragon Empress, as long as you get the other 6 scepters. She suddenly could not continue. Because she saw Brando open his eyes and only pick up Halran Gaia and Odorfei's flaming blade. At that moment, all the holy swords around him dimmed, the shallow sea sword, ice pearl, firmament, wind scepter, dark pearl, and judgment, one by one, turned into flowing light and merged into his body. At that moment, the entire space was collapsing. And Brando only took one step forward, and the 5 holy swords that had not yet materialized turned into broken lines of law and finally disappeared. Mr. Brando? Are you crazy? Lute and Haku shouted at the same time. But Brando only glanced at them and shook his head. The holy swords did not fully acknowledge him, and even if he forced to summon them, it was just wishful thinking. He already had the Halran Gaia and the golden flaming blade Odorfeis. That was enough. The 2 holy swords instantly formed in his hands, one on the left and one on the right, one gold and one gray. The flaming blade was wild and unrestrained, and the Halran Gaia was heavy and steady. It was one of the perfect weapon combinations for the Frost Soil Guard. He turned his head and said to Haku in his mind, "You have fulfilled your promise to me, and now is my promise to you. This space is about to collapse, you better tell me what you want immediately." Haku gritted her teeth and was silent for a moment, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Brando's action of abandoning the other holy swords, but she obviously did not understand that even if Brando summoned them, he might not get the remaining holy relic parts to respond. But after a moment, she said, "I lied to you, what I want is not here." "What?" "What I want is the Mercury Scepter, are you kidding?" Brando said angrily, "You want me to get that thing for you?" "That is the Scepter of Darkness," Bai Leng laughed. "Can you give it up?" "I thought you could directly summon it here, but I didn't expect you to be so useless." The void of the universe was collapsing in front of the 3 of them, and it was like the end of a dream. The entire world became fragmented, and the space that was originally one suddenly turned into pieces and scattered in all directions. Then there was endless darkness. In this darkness, Brando could not help but be silent for a moment, and then asked, "That is the Scepter of Darkness? Why, you didn't think of it?" "What do you want that for?" Brando asked. "I want to use it to reconstruct my body. I can't always live in your spiritual world. The Mercury Scepter can reconstruct a body?" Brando's tone suddenly became urgent, and he immediately thought of Nemesis and Senior. Although he promised them that he would help them reconstruct a body, he did not have any plans for the time being. He did not expect the Mercury Scepter to have such an effect. "Of course, that is the holy artifact of the Dark World, the Immortal Scepter," Haku replied. "Although it can't provide endless energy, it can provide the law of life and death. Reconstructing a body is nothing, it's not like creating a soul." "Very well," Brando nodded. "It's a deal, I will help you get that thing, whether it is for me or for you, but you have to help me reconstruct a body." "You?" Haku sneered, "You should think about how to face dusk. I wanted you to get the Amber Sword so that there would be a chance, but you gave up the best chance. We are going to face the Dragon Queen, not Dusk." "That's the same, do you think you are a match for her?" In response to this question, Brando smiled slightly, and patted the holy swords Odorfeis and Halran Gaia in his hands. He replied, "Do you see it? This is the Amber Sword. It is also my holy spear of heaven. I have given them 2 names, why don't you take a guess?" Haku looked at him hatefully. "What are you trying to say?" Brando sighed softly. He pointed to Halran Gaia and said, "This one is called Saint Tossol. She is my mentor, I will always respect her, and this one." He pointed to the other sword and said, "This one is called Sophie, it is my past." Chapter 1179. When the dream of the trial shattered, the Dragon Queen's ritual finally reached its final moment of completion. When Brando and the others returned to the elemental plane in a flash, they found that the mountain of ceasing storms was long gone. White Mist and Fayez were also nowhere to be seen. He tried to contact her and Malurcha with his mind, but to no avail. He even felt that his connection with Wonde had been completely severed. Beside him, Lu Te gave a soft gasp. He looked up, and for the first time, took a closer look at the world he was in. To be exact, he didn't know if this place should be called a world, because countless broken mountains, upside-down rivers and oceans, howling winds, and scattered flames floated up and down in this world. It was a scene comparable to the end of the world. Instead of calling this a world, it would be better to call it a broken ruin. The moment Brando saw it, he knew that the elemental barrier was completely gone. He was most worried about Miss Tata and the Tremosian fleet. On the contrary, he believed that White Mist, as the spirit of an ancient witch, should be able to protect herself. As for Fayez and Malurcha, they were card creatures. Even if something happened, they would just return to the graveyard. But worrying was of no use. Brendel held the reborn Halran Gaia, or Sonorso, in his hand. It had actually merged with the flaming blade. Although it was separated into two swords in his left and right hands, he saw the same equipment through the equipment interface. It was two swords, the Holy Sword, Amber. It had the attributes of the original Halran Gaia, or even stronger, and also the attributes of the flaming blade. He could even transform any of the attributes at will, or freely swap the two swords in their spatial positions. It was as if they were originally one sword. Brando vaguely understood how the Amber Sword worked. He had to admit that it was indeed the supreme holy sword in this game that was named after this sword. Having it was equivalent to having 7 holy swords with completely different attributes. And it was far more than that, because the elemental attributes could cooperate with each other. Just the earth and fire elements could form a certain degree of complementarity. He believed that as long as the 7 elements were completed, the elements would grow and multiply endlessly, and even form a complete world. In fact, they were the foundation of Wonde. As Brando held the sword, he felt as if the entire world was in his grasp. Only now did he understand why the Azure Knight could fight against dusk with firmament. This was because he was mobilizing the laws of the entire Tiamat. He was the same at this moment. These 2 swords would be the strongest weapons of the Frost Earth Guard, and he would soon make all enemies who questioned this understand this truth. In the Amber Sword, someone once asked how strong the Frost Earth Guard was, and in fact, there was only one answer, that depended on his 2 swords. This was also the reason why Brando chose this class. He raised his head. He could vaguely sense this fragmented world. Although the elemental barrier was shattered, the broken laws still penetrated this space. The sword in his hand could naturally guide him in this world. He soon saw the Dragon Queen. Naturally, the Dragon Queen also noticed the intruder in this fragmented world at the first moment. But she did not care. She held the scepter of nature in her hand and used the verdant power to dominate this world. The authority left by the 4 elven kings appeared in this gray and fragmented space. The azure of the atmosphere, the light gray of the rocks, the dark blue of the ocean, and the crimson red of the flames each formed a huge law, surrounding the Roman in the center. No matter who it was. It was too late to stop her. When she raised the scepter in her hand to a certain position, the space suddenly trembled and opened up a portal. Evil god Frederick, who was covered in injuries, screamed and fell from it. Its tentacles fluttered up and down in the gray space, expressing the anger in its heart. It had been sleeping for thousands of years. It woke up for revenge, but it did not expect to meet its nemesis, Iroma, before it could recover to its strongest state. Never in its wildest dreams would it have imagined that Iroma, who had been sleeping for thousands of years like it, would appear to be in her peak condition the moment she appeared before it. In fact, she was even more powerful than before. And so, it met a tragic end. If that damned archangel had not suddenly disappeared in the middle of the battle, it would have been difficult for it to even come to this place alive. And Gwendolyn could not help but be slightly surprised when she saw Frederick in such a state. She did not expect that someone in the outside world could hurt it so badly in such a short time. Fortunately, she did not waste too much time to summon it, or the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, for the first time, she felt that the tree herder's plan did not seem to be as perfect as she had imagined. Although every detail had been considered by countless people, when it came to the final moment, there would still be unexpected situations. But at this moment, it was not up to her to change anything. The arrow was on the bow, and it had to be released. Looks like this is the last trump card you have prepared. The Roman looked at Frederick with interest. Blood of Gaia, so that's what you think. Her voice echoed hollowly in this shattered world. Gwendolyn did not intend to give the dusk dragon too much time. It's good that you can recognize it, she replied expressionlessly. Didn't you want to steal the secrets of the divine folk? Dusk dragon, let us give you this great gift. Once you've absorbed and purified the bloodline, go and take the body of a true god. But maybe you will really become a god. Gwendolyn looked down at the Roman, her voice full of sarcasm. A god of order. She raised her scepter high. 2 silver and 2 golden lines, under Gwendolyn's guidance, hit Frederick from the left and right. The evil god probably never dreamed that it would be attacked by its former ally or lowly servant. It widened its octopus-like eyes and roared angrily in the air. While it was just an evil god, its power was not inferior to the insignificant demigods of that era, because it was one of the greatest masterpieces of the Truth Symposium. In that chaotic and distorted era, it was the closest thing to a god created by the survivors of Babel Fortress. But unfortunately, it was still not a god. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the line of law that was connected to the emerald scepter in Gwendolyn's hand. It was not that it had not experienced that feeling before. When it was first created, the blood flowing in its body had buried such reverence deep in its memory. That was the divine blood of Gaia, and no matter how powerful it was just a lowly descendant of the latter. It was a fear that was engraved in its bones, and it could not resist. And the scepter in Gwendolyn's hand seemed to be an authority left behind by Gaia herself. She held the scepter, surrounded by the law, as if that great will had come in person. That was verdant, and those who held it were the ancient kings, the chosen ones. It was both a scepter and a sword, the supreme authority that gave birth to nature and life. The poor evil god Frederick probably never dreamed that while Gaia had left this world long ago, the authority that bound it still remained in this world. And from the moment the surviving divine people of Babel Fortress created it, this sword of Damocles was hung high above its head. And all Gwendolyn had to do was to put down the blade. This was not her plan alone, and she just happened to be the one to carry it out in this era. To be precise, countless people had sacrificed their lives for it, and today, this plan had reached its end, becoming a sacred and crazy cause. Without a doubt, Gwendolyn did not dislike madness, and she intended to carry it out to the end. The law left behind by the 4 elven kings, the twisted and evil divine bloodline created by the divine people, and the authority called verdant in her hand, reality proved that even in the end, Martha had left hope for her people. This was the hope of Mother and the divine people. So what she did must be the right thing. The world had been destroyed many times, but not by the hands of Dusk, but by Martha and the divine people working together to restore order to the world. Every time a disaster came, countless lives would be destroyed. So what if the elemental barrier collapsed? Everything was for the final result. You damned bitch. When the evil god Frederick saw the merchant lady bound in the center of this world by layers of law runes, it understood its possible fate. Its roar was like a tidal wave, raging in Gwendolyn's spiritual world. But the latter's face was only slightly pale, and her expression was still unmoved. She leveled her right hand and pressed the scepter down. The evil god Frederick felt as if it was being pressed down by a pair of invisible hands towards the black light cocoon in the center of this world. It struggled in horror, but Gaia's aura suppressed it to the point that it could not move. At that moment, the evil god suddenly felt a little sad that perhaps it should not have woken up. As a dead god sleeping in the void, although it might eventually turn into dust under the law of Tiamat, it was better than being heavily injured by aroma again and then being completely devoured by the bloodline of a slumbering ancestor. After the fusion of bloodlines, a new god might be born, but that definitely had nothing to do with it. It was a death that was even more terrifying than a deep sleep. Although the evil god Frederick was arrogant, it did not think that it could compete with a pure-blooded ancestor. And when it got closer to the Roman, it could not help but scream in horror, the will of Dusk. At that moment, it understood its fate. No, it screamed, you can't do that. Chapter 1180. No, it shrieked. You can't do that. Seeing that Gwendolyn was unmoved, Frederick shrieked even louder. Damned lunatic, stop. You don't understand what you're doing. You'll regret it. I beg you, don't do that. Dear Lady Gwendolyn, things are different from what you think. You don't understand, you'll only kill me. You'll kill Martha and plunge this world into eternal damnation. However, Dragon Queen Gwendolyn's cold gaze did not linger on the struggling evil god. She had seen too many of their flowery words, and she was not one of those foolish mortals. She looked up at the Roman, hoping to see fear on its face. But she was destined to be disappointed. The expression on the merchant lady's face was a little strange, but it was definitely not fear. Rather, it was a little funny, and a little pity. At that moment, Gwendolyn almost wanted to stop, but she could not, because she could not afford to fail. The tree herders could not, and neither could this world. The expression in Frederick's dark eyes turned from fear, to pleading, to hope, and finally to despair. That despair turned into a long wail. I curse you, you damned bitch. I curse you and this damned world, you're all dead. Arg. When it came into contact with the edge of the 4 elemental laws that surrounded the Roman, all of the curses turned into a shrill cry. Then, its massive body was torn apart, turning into a bloody mist that scattered everywhere. However, there were a few blobs of golden blood that separated from Frederick's remains and floated in this gray space. For a moment, Dragon Queen Gwendolyn sensed a familiar aura from the blood. She seemed to see a girl with eyes so clean they were almost flawless. She wore a long white dress and stood in front of her. Her hands were crossed as she smiled and said to her, Gwendolyn, this is my dream. Are you willing to help me? I'm just a magus. How can I help you, Your Highness? Everyone has their own expectations for this world. Don't you have an ideal world, Gwendolyn? Of course she did. Gwendolyn was momentarily dazed. When the Twilight Dragon was completely destroyed, this world would also be destroyed, but order would not disappear. After a long time, the gods would return, and the glorious era would return to this land. At that time, the kingdom of mortals might no longer exist, but true peace and tranquility would descend. Perhaps the princess's wish would come true. That was the world she hoped for, although she might not be able to see it herself. A trace of vigilance rose in the Dragon Queen's heart. She did not expect that she would be distracted at this time. For a moment, her hands and feet turned cold. She thought that because she was distracted, Duskswill had taken advantage of her weakness. She reacted in an instant. She grabbed Song Chui tightly in her hand and hurriedly looked towards the center of this gray world. However, the merchant lady was still there, looking at her without moving. In fact, the former even had a strange smile on her face, and did not take advantage of her distraction to do anything out of the ordinary. It was as if she did not intend to break free from the elemental bindings, and was only waiting for Gwendolyn to make her move. Faced with such a Roman, Dragon Queen Gwendolyn could no longer hold it in. Her originally confident heart finally loosened for a moment. This fear spread in her heart once it was born. She no longer dared to think about the consequences of failure. Moreover, reality did not allow her to fail. She gritted her teeth and put down the scepter in her hand. The formation binding the merchant lady immediately began to slowly turn, and the golden blood floating in Frederick's corpse slowly floated towards the latter, who was bound in the center by the formation. Princess Constance, if you really want to save this world, then please stand side by side with me for the last time. Gwendolyn thought silently in her heart. However, in the next moment, her heart skipped a beat. The golden blood was indeed absorbed by the Roman. After absorbing the blood, the merchant lady raised her head and looked at Gwendolyn strangely. She then frowned and showed a pained expression before closing her eyes again. Dragon Queen Gwendolyn was never a timid and weak person. She also rarely placed her hopes on things that she could not control. However, at this moment, she clenched her fists. As the leader of this generation of tree herders, she had done everything she could. She believed that she had done the best she could, but she was only the last person to carry out this huge plan. The tree shepherds, the Society of Truth, and everything that her ancestors had believed in for generations, did not leave her with many choices. She believed in everything, and could only believe in everything. Unless Martha had completely abandoned this world and her people. Fortunately, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. The Twilight Dragon was in a deep sleep because the body it was residing in had absorbed the purest Gaia's blood. In the little body of the baby girl 60 years ago, there were now 3 souls and wills existing. The Silver Queen's pure and kind will, and the little girl's pure and flawless will of the divine people, were now like an invisible cage, trapping the Twilight Dragon in this body. It was completely isolated from all other forces, whether it was the power of chaos or the power of order. Perhaps it would not take too long. However, she was lucky that she did not need too long. After nearly 10,000 years of preparation, this trap finally took effect. The cage was located in the center of this world, in the center of the elemental barrier, in the center of the law of Tiamat, and also in the absolute center of Wond. This was the best chance to kill it. And Martha also left this last hope. She raised the emerald in her hand and took one last look at this world. This might also be the last glimpse of this world, because it would soon turn into nothingness, along with the 4 elemental planes. Then, the law of Tiamat surrounding Wond would completely collapse, just like what had happened in the previous 5 eras. Civilization had been destroyed and reborn several times. But this time, the enemy of order, the Twilight Dragon, would be buried with it. This was the first time it had descended into this world, and it would also be the last time. Just like what the gods and Martha had done. And the next time civilization was rebuilt on the ruins of this era, there would be no more pain and despair in this world, and the dark forest would no longer invade the borders of civilization. The magic tide had long subsided, and it might be a glorious era full of infinite hope. It belonged to the divine people and the gods who had returned. Your Highness, you can rest in peace. Gwendolyn sighed. But suddenly, she felt that she had lost her connection with the scepter of nature in her hand. It was a huge shock, and the Dragon Queen thought that she was hallucinating. She looked up and was shocked to find countless silver lines of law appearing from the void, and they were connected to the scepter of nature in her hand, the emerald. The emerald seemed to have developed some sort of self-consciousness, and it flew out of her hand and slowly rose into the void. Then, she saw in horror that the entire world started to darken. Then, a voice rang out. How sad, who is it? Gwendolyn screamed. She could tell that it was not the will of the Twilight Dragon, and while this voice was just as strange, it sounded more human. To be precise, it was more emotional. It sighed deeply, as if it was infinitely regretting something. No. Gwendolyn suddenly recognized the voice, and her face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? What, you can't recognize me, Dragon Queen? The voice spoke again. It was a little thin, and while it felt cold, it was indeed the voice of a young girl. But this time, Gwendolyn could hear it even more clearly. It was indeed the voice of the young girl. She had not seen her many times, and the only thing she knew about her was that she was called Roman, but what did that have to do with her? She was just a country girl born in Bucci. If not for the will of the Twilight Dragon in her body, she would not even bother to look at her. You are, aren't you curious why I would fight with a young girl for control of this body? The young girl's voice echoed in the space. She is me, and I am her. What's the difference? You have always been the Twilight Dragon? Dragon Queen Gwendolyn felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She finally understood what had happened. The will of the Twilight Dragon had given up its existence from the beginning, and the young girl born in Bucci had been the Twilight Dragon from the beginning, but she had thought that she was just a temporary body for the will of the Twilight Dragon. So, her imagination of using the will of the Roman and the Silver Queen to restrain the Twilight Dragon was simply wishful thinking, and the funny thing was that she had actually believed it to be true. But she could not believe that the Twilight Dragon dared to do this, dared to let herself become an ordinary human girl. If she had been killed before the Twilight Dragon awakened, then there would never have been a Twilight Dragon in this world. Gwendolyn stood there in a daze for a moment. The tree herders had spent tens of thousands of years, and she and her teacher had gone through all kinds of twists and turns, even sacrificing what Constance had done, awakening the Twilight Dragon and then killing it. It would have been better to just kill the baby girl when she first saw her, and then there would never have been any problems later. The princess did not have to die. The elemental world did not have to be destroyed. Her heart was as strong as steel, but at this moment, she could not help but feel a crack of regret. It was as if her entire world had collapsed, and at that moment, Gwendolyn understood that she had failed, and failed miserably. And the key was that she had created all of this with her own hands. Why did you do this? Gwendolyn muttered to herself blankly. If you wanted to destroy us, why did you have to do something so superfluous? Superfluous? The Roman opened her eyes and looked at her with a smile. Because you have always escaped punishment in the end, and I am tired of this game of hide and seek. This time, I want to completely destroy this world, but I have to destroy Martha first. So, I had to come here personally to find out your secrets. She pointed at Sang Chui in the air and said, so I have to thank you for giving me Martha's authority. The Dragon Queen's body was cold. The most ridiculous thing is, that a merchant girl did not care about the latter's feelings, and continued, you do not agree with the civilization built by the Iron Folk, and believe that mortals are not worthy of inheriting your civilization. But what's laughable is that isn't the same for your inheritance. You actually believe that bloodline is everything to Martha's authority? How sad. So, before everything is destroyed, let me show you the true face of this world, so that you can understand how terrible your ignorance is. The Roman shook her head, and then became serious. Let me reintroduce myself, Lady Gwendolyn. I am a Roman, and the eternal destroyer of this world. But that doesn't matter, because your civilization and my memories will live on forever, because order is a part of chaos. Chapter 1181. No, it can't be wrong. This plan, our plan, it must be perfect. Like an empty shell that had lost its mind and soul, Gwendolyn's eyes were filled with extreme fear. She clenched her teeth and used the last of her courage and strength to fight for control of the verdant. It was as if it was the only thing she could do, but it looked more like the final struggle of a drowning person. Sweat gathered on her cheeks and slender chin like a stream. Even as she allowed her hands to shoot out lines of law and apply them to the scepter in the air, her skin was so pale that it lost its color. The thin layer of crystalline skin beneath the pale blue veins were clearly visible, and soon began to tremble. Even so, the emerald scepter that resembled a dream still flew resolutely into the hands of the Roman. The merchant lady smiled within the black cocoon of light as she raised her right hand, allowing verdant to land on her fair palm. Then, she closed her fingers and grasped it. In that moment, Gwendolyn felt her vision darken. It was as if she had been struck by a 14-circle returned to dust spell from a great wizard who had stepped into the realm of saints. Her entire body and soul trembled, as if her soul would scatter at any moment. It's all over. The Dragon Queen's heart seemed to have fallen into a dark, bottomless abyss. Despair shrouded her mind as if she could no longer see anything, leaving only boundless regret. Gwendolyn. But a voice cut through her heart that had fallen into darkness like a bolt of lightning. It was a voice filled with rage. Rather than a reprimand, it was more of a roar. There's still a chance right now, and you're going to give it up. Tree herders. And here I thought you lot were powerful. To think that you're just trash. Or are you planning to throw this mess to someone else? The roar contained satisfaction and disappointment. Gwendolyn was not unfamiliar with that voice, but Brando's disdain had deeply pierced her pride. No, what do you know? As if she had found a target to vent her anger, Gwendolyn roared inwardly as well. I'm not giving up, it's just that it's useless. We've all been deceived, and I'm a complete failure. Yes, I've harmed everyone. Don't blame everyone for your weakness. If I were you, I would die in the middle of the charge. Only cowards kneel and beg for mercy. Moreover, it's meaningless, because no one would pity you. Brando did his best to fly in that direction, but in his eyes, the Roman, in the black cocoon of light did not move at all, and yet the distance between her, Gwendolyn, and himself was increasing. It was as if a folded space had been flattened out, a fragmented world expanding several times in an instant. A gray web-like structure extended beneath dusk, the distance between the grids increasing, and in the blink of an eye, Gwendolyn, who had been right in front of her, was now a world away from her. Although Brando did not know what the Dusk's was doing, it could not be anything good. When he saw Gwendolyn's dazed look, he knew that things were just as he had expected. The tree herders had indeed been tricked by the Dusk Dragon. What a joke! How could a big boss like the Dusk Dragon fall for schemes and tricks? In the face of absolute power, any tricks were meaningless. The funny thing was that the tree herders did not even understand this principle, and had been deceiving themselves for thousands of years. Of course, perhaps the sages of the tree herders had other plans, but in this era, their successors had obviously gone astray. When the calamity of wolves descended in the Amber Sword, the Bugas, silver elves, and dragons had also come up with countless ways to deal with Ekis and her daughters, and what was the result? They still had to rely on the earth-shattering final battle, sacrificing NPCs, and finally barely obtaining victory under the almost suicidal attacks of the players. In the face of such a level of power, the plan may be effective, but at the last moment, they still needed absolute power to end the problem. That was why he was not optimistic about the tree herders' farce from the beginning. Probably only people like Andesha, who had been brainwashed by faith and doctrine, would firmly believe in their success. But what angered him the most was that the Dragon Queen and Andesha had hurt countless innocent people because of this farce. The Silver Queen's death, Cruz's war, and even Erwin's heroic spirit in the Battle of Ampere Seal, and the tragedies of many families who had lost their loved ones, they were all blamed on these people. At the end of the day, they were actually planning to give up. Waiting for death had never been Brando's character, otherwise he would have left the Amber Sword with his senior, instead of going from Erwin to Saint Tassel, then from Saint Tassel to Fanzan, joining the Grecius Knight Order and constantly tangling with the skeletons of Madara. His creed had never been to bend the knee and surrender. Even if he died, he would leave a deep scar on the enemy's body. People of the Empire, you can kill me, but you can't conquer me. These were the last words left by Hearst, the rebel of Anzaruta, the proudest hero of the Highlanders, and also one of Brando's mottos in the game. Therefore, Gwendolyn's weak behavior at the last moment deeply angered him. If they had persisted to the end, he might have looked at the high tree herders, but their behavior at this moment was undoubtedly blasphemous to all those who had once believed in them, including the wronged souls who had died by their hands. Brando's words finally had some effect, and Gwendolyn's eyes regained their vigor. In fact, she was not weak, but she could not bear everything that the tree herders had spent tens of thousands of years preparing, only to be proven to be a laughable joke in the end. But she herself was not afraid of death. Yes, he was right. She was not someone who would let others laugh at her. Even if her opponent was the Twilight Dragon, it did not make a difference. She was the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn, and this name meant pride. Gwendolyn raised her head and let out a roar, and a pair of dark wings grew out from behind her. She gently flapped the wings, and then her body began to grow. Her neck became longer and longer, her 5 fingers grew long claws, horns grew on her forehead, and she was covered with thick black scales. A tail also grew out from behind her. In the blink of an eye, she had become a huge black dragon. She was not a young female dragon like Alaz. She had a long lifespan, rich knowledge and experience, and had inherited the bloodline of the ancient dragons. Many years ago, Gwendolyn had the qualifications to be called an ancient dragon. She raised her head, reaching up to the sky and down to the ground. Just her tail alone was hundreds of meters long, and a pair of wings covered the sky. Compared to when Brando saw her original form in Wonde, she was many times bigger. Brando knew that this was because this was a world of elements and spirits, and the bloodline and spiritual power of the dragons were the strongest in this world. But the Roman did not even look at her. Brando, are you going to attack me too? Brando, who was trying his best to fly between the Roman and Gwendolyn, seemed to have been stabbed in the chest. His face turned pale, and the anger in his chest disappeared without a trace. Roman. That's me, Brando. It's a pity that I can't travel the world with you and become the biggest merchant. Mr. Brando, what's wrong with you? Lute could not help but ask when he saw Brando's terrible face, and the knuckles on his hands that were holding the two holy swords were cracking, and his knuckles were as white as exposed bones. But Brando did not seem to hear him. You're not a Roman. You can say that, but I can still feel the feelings for you in my heart. Unfortunately, the will of dusk prevented me from having these feelings. I will let you have a decent ending, and you will live in my memory forever. Give me back my Roman. Brando looked in that direction, his eyes almost spitting fire as he gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. The merchant was silent for a moment before she spoke again. I'm sorry, Brando. I'm afraid I can't do that. Gwendolyn. Brando roared. Cooperate with me. Gwendolyn was now fully awake. The tree herder's dragon queen did not care about Brando's order, but her rationality told her what to do at this moment. She let out a low roar, flapped her wings, and flew towards the Roman like a ray of black light. The merchant sneered. The world was now completely different in the eyes of dusk. What was laughable was that these self-proclaimed inheritors of this civilization did not understand this. These lowly creatures were forever struggling in their short-sightedness. Perhaps this was the tragedy of mortals. They were not even comparable to Marcia. Although the latter was a product created by the divine people, in her eyes, it was superior to the civilization of the Matatanians. If it was not for the fact that she had to protect these ignorant people, perhaps the war would have dragged on for a long time. What was laughable was that it was these people she protected who personally delivered their lives into her hands. That's why order is short-lived. She sneered. The space around them began to change. Gwendolyn, who was flying towards the Roman at full speed, suddenly saw many unfamiliar scenes. There were many strange things in this fragmented elemental world. It was a silver network that floated in a pitch-black space. Below the network was a blue continent. Chapter 1182. It was a silver network that floated in a pitch-black space. Below the network was an azure continent. The troposphere was filled with cirrocumulus clouds, a blue ocean that was as clear as crystal, and a continent that looked like a walnut skin. It was glowing like a square tablecloth spread out in this dark space. Under the feet of the three of them, it stretched out in all directions and extended into the endless darkness. Gwendolyn saw the plains of Cruz, the forests of Saint Tassol, the mountains of Fanzan, and the Aranta Islands that drifted away from the continent. To the east was an endless glacier with a white ice sheet covering the fragmented continent. To the south was a dark land, and the dead moon inner sea shone under the sun. Even further away, there were other continents scattered across the ocean like stars in the sky. She recognized where this was at a glance. This was the Wond. The elemental barrier disappeared, and the whole world appeared under their feet. Above the law of Tiamat, this was already outside the boundary of the elements. And Brando also saw something else. On the layer of the silver network, there were some things that emitted starry light. They floated above the law of Tiamat, as if forming a huge array. And closer to some places, there were some wreckage floating in the void. They were parts of the broken body of a giant beast that emitted a metallic luster. Among these wreckage, there were many corpses of human bodies and monsters. They were frozen into ice, but some of them could still be distinguished. Brando recognized at a glance that they were the Myrnas. But there were also some other races, such as the dazzling folk, the dragons, and some that he had never heard of before. They had never appeared in any myths or legends. A few female corpses in armor slid into his sight. The familiar armor made his pupils shrink slightly. It was the Valkyrie armor, almost identical to Freya's armor of light in the game. These female heroes had long been buried in an unknown era. Their faces were blurred as they slid silently into the distant darkness. Silence reigned in the void. Among the wreckage, there were some other incomplete bodies, such as the crystal cluster, the energy race, the giants' corpses, wolves, various Fenrir's sons and plague hounds, and finally, a sleeping female wolf. Brando recognized at a glance that it was the taciturn Otis, one of Ekka's 12 daughters. Without a doubt, this was a tragic battlefield. The Earth Legion that had resisted the Twilight invasion had long since fallen into eternal slumber. Do you see this world that the divine people and Martha have created in my body? Ever since the last war, you don't even recognize it anymore. The Roman extended his hand, and an invisible force stopped both Brando and Gwendolyn. No matter how hard the man and the dragon tried, they could not get any closer to the merchant girl. Little fellow, it's useless. Bai's voice sounded in Brando's mind. The Twilight Dragon has awakened. We're still one step behind. We're no match for her, at least not yet. Brando shook his head. He did not refute, but he did not plan to give up either. The Roman looked at them and continued, so you're no longer worthy of inheriting this civilization, nor are you worthy of being the descendants of the divine people. The glory of the Matatanians has come to an end. Odin has stopped me from descending into this world for 1,000 years, but you haven't been able to change your fate. Today, the door to this world has opened again, and this time, no one can save you. She pointed at Wond and said, watch how it's destroyed, and then I'll kill Martha completely. I'll let you see it all with your own eyes, and see the end of this war. Many specks of light appeared in the darkness. They were meteors. Brendel saw countless meteors passing through the laws of Tiamat. Tens of thousands, or even billions of rays of light were falling towards Vaunt. Although he was only quietly watching this scene from above the laws of Tiamat, he could fully imagine what a spectacular scene it would be to look up at the sky above the land of Vaunt at this moment. But that was the glory of the end, the desperate situation before the world was destroyed. Every speck of light was a part of the Twilight Army. Dusk was coming. Just as she said, this time, the world no longer had the power to resist her. The Truth Parliament had long ceased to exist, and the Earth Legion had been destroyed outside the elemental barrier. The gods had left this world, and the divine people had disappeared. There were no planeswalkers, no warriors with golden blood. How could the mortals of this world resist such a desperate situation? Gwendolyn clenched her claws so tightly that blood seeped out from under her scales. Brando held the two holy swords tightly and did not say a word. East of the Cruz Plain, in the mountains of Metz, in the hills of Anzaruta, on the quietly flowing Vargas River, in every region around the sublime inland sea. When people looked up, they saw the bright starlight descending. After the specks of light entered the atmosphere, they were ignited by the high temperature, forming a long tail of flame that slowly fell from the sky. It was like a rain of fire. The knights stopped in their tracks. The merchants in the caravan had just recovered from the fear of the night. The refugees who had survived the disaster did not have time to adjust their emotions. One by one, the ascetics ran out of the temple and looked up at the sky. Everyone saw this scene with their own eyes. The sky was ignited. At the border between Fanzan and Saint-Tassol, the elves and the people of Anir saw the sky full of meteors falling in the direction of Cruz. Before they could understand what was happening, a sudden gust of wind blew from the hills. Someone was already screaming. Dragons! Dragons! Dragons in the south! Someone looked back and saw another scene that they would never forget in their lives. It was a giant dragon. Countless dragons, covering the sky as if there were thousands of them. They spread their wings and flew over the hills with a rumbling sound. Trees fell one after another. Countless leaves fell from the branches and were swept into the sky by the wind. People screamed as they pressed down their hair that was flying in the wind and lay down on the hills. They looked up and watched as the dragons flew over their heads and flew in the direction of Kurlutz without hesitation. There were still last warriors in this world. The last descendants with the golden blood flowing in their veins seemed to be guided by the voice in the deepest part of their hearts and blood. This day, they finally understood. War had come. And in Rushta, the capital of the empire, dusk and the end of the world came first. From the moment dusk awoke, all the crystal clusters in the city paused for a moment. Then, they neatly turned in one direction, moving in that direction along the ruins, burning buildings, and broken streets in an orderly manner. At the end of this road was the garden of the White Rose of the St. Cantifer Palace. In this 1,000-year-old palace, the sound of fighting and screams suddenly sounded. The Shire and Medicia's preparations for the defense played a role. With their cooperation with the Flame family knights, the knights took advantage of the terrain and blocked the crystal clusters outside the tunnel. But even so, there were still countless people who lost their lives in the hall outside. Not to mention, the entire city of Rushta, which had hundreds of thousands of people, had already turned into a scorched earth. The royal family's long-distance teleportation array must be provided to the nobles first. In fact, only 1 in 10 of the nobles in the inner city managed to escape, let alone the civilians outside the city. Medicia obviously understood the tragic scene outside, but Brando wasn't here. She couldn't interfere with the decision of the royal family of Cruz. Besides, even if the Lord was here, what could he do? You had no reason to blame anyone who escaped first. Perhaps some people could be noble enough to give their chance to escape to others, but you couldn't force everyone to be as perfect as a saint. The Shire patted the little princess on the shoulder. Don't think too much. Lady Canudel said that dusk has come. This is a disaster for the whole world, a fate shared by everyone. I understand. Medicia nodded. She felt the tremors outside the tunnel and knew that they couldn't defend it for long. How many people haven't been teleported? What about Scarlet? The crystal clusters are probably here for the Azure Lance, the Shire replied. I asked Ovina's opinion and forcibly sent Miss Scarlet away, but Miss Ovina stayed. She wants to go with us. Medicia nodded. What about us? How long do we have to wait here? The Shire asked. I don't know, but I can't leave first. I think if the Lord was here, he would make the same decision. Medicia glanced outside and walked to the door. We can't save everyone, but we can at least save ourselves. As you wish. Now I just hope that the Lord can come back soon. Another rumble came from the ground. It was as if the whole tunnel was shaking. Dust rustled from the ceiling and many people fell down in screams. The Shire saw little Nedwin walk out with a serious face. He saw them and asked, "What's going on? What happened now?" The Shire was about to say that they didn't know, but at that moment, he saw a knight of the Flame family, whose face was covered in blood, stumble in from outside. When they saw him, he shouted, "My lords, we're in big trouble." A meteorite pierced through the dome of the banquet hall and hit the entrance of the tunnel. Many of us died, and, don't panic, speak slowly. Little Nedwin frowned. The knight of the Flame family was an elite with rich experience and courage. If even they were in such a state, one could imagine how serious the situation outside was. The knight of the Flame family gulped and replied, "And there are some strange things in the meteorite. They're monsters and they're very strong. We can't hold them off for long." "What kind of monsters?" the Shire asked. "I don't know. I've never seen monsters like that. They're like mercury, but we can't kill them no matter what." The nobles, the Shire and Medicia were shocked at the same time. Chapter 1184. Brendel watched this scene quietly. The light from the falling meteors made his cheeks pale. Halran Gaia and Oderfeis were gripped tightly in his left and right hands respectively. The tips of the swords drooped down, and a golden line extended from the hilt to the tip of the swords, shining faintly. 2 people and 1 dragon formed a huge equilateral triangle outside the elemental domain. Dragon Queen Gwendolyn's eyes seemed to be flowing with golden lava, burning fiercely as she stared at the twilight dragon Roman. Among the 3 of them, only Romaine was calm. She reached out her hand to the back of her head, and her white wrist shone under the light of the meteors. Her long hair was tied up behind her head, and strands of dark brown hair seemed to reflect the golden light at the edges. She smiled at the 2 of them, and there was a slowly spinning black vortex in her eyes. In the deepest part of her eyes, there was a faint dark red light flashing. That light did not shine with a cold and cruel color. It was just disdain, as if it was looking at 2 children who overestimated themselves. Give up, Brando did not think about this problem. He was looking for an opportunity. There must be another opportunity. Odin knew about the tree herder's plan, but he did not stop it. The man who called himself the fool, there were very few people in this world who could be wiser than him. He must know something, and he must have left something behind. And what did I overlook? Odin, Kelsey, the Witch Queen, Tumen. Shadows flashed in Brando's mind, like chaotic silhouettes, but they gave him a hint of inspiration. The fool. That's right, the fool. Odin's promise to the crystal. What did Odin promise to the dragons? Why was the fool's inheritance the war dragon Tiamat, the raging dragon Alphonse, and the crystal? The golden flame blade hummed and trembled in his hand. An unyielding will was sleeping in the dark blade, and it was awakening bit by bit, resonating with the unyielding soul burning in his heart. Suddenly, there was a light in the depths of the universe. The light was so weak that it was not even worth mentioning in this vast space. Prometheus tossed the flame seed onto the dark ground. A golden line extended from the flames and parted the flames in a straight line. Like a broken line of fate, it was deeply engraved in Brando's eyes. A great aura appeared in the space. It was gentle and generous, but also solemn and majestic. It was like a voice, narrating in ancient history, "Those who are blessed by me are my people." The golden thread passed beneath Dragon Queen Gwendolyn. Roar! Dragon Queen Gwendolyn immediately raised her neck, spread her wings, and let out a howl. Brando saw golden lines appearing on the latter's body. The golden lines extended out and were distributed between her thick scales. They were in the same direction as the texture of her muscles. The lines were buried in between, and it was exceptionally beautiful. There was no pain in Gwendolyn's long howl. There was only the pleasure of gaining power and being filled with it. When she opened her bright golden eyes again, the scales all over her body had already been replaced by golden dragon scales, and she swept her claws forward. Crack! The sharp claws collided with the invisible barrier of dusk, drawing out 5 bright golden sparks. The Roman finally showed a look of shock. Then she reacted and said in shock, "Damn it, Crystal, you're doing it again." The nodes of the Tiamat network suddenly lit up. There were a total of 17 bright stars, and they lined up to form the constellation of the Wisdom Dragon Crystal. Following the Dragon Queen's claw, each of the 17 stars shot out a blazing light beam, shining towards Miss Merchant, who was in midair. What kind of attack was that? Even from miles away, Brando could feel the unbearable heat. His body attribute was already that of the sage, and he was only a step away from the perfect body. One could imagine that if any of these 17 beams hit the wound, it would instantly vaporize everything within thousands of miles, and turn an entire kingdom into scorched earth. The so-called earth-shattering attack of the sage was so weak that it was not even worth mentioning. Brando immediately thought of the divine punishment recorded in the legends. In fact, Archangel Aroma had also displayed such power, but she had borrowed the power of the Holy Sword, and it was much weaker than this. But when he thought back to that scene, it felt somewhat familiar. "This is the power of the Holy Sword," Brando reacted. The Holy Sword. The Dragon Queen Gwendolyn was actually the Holy Sword. His body reacted faster than his brain. When the 17 stars that represented the Wisdom Dragon lit up, the Roman turned her attention over. She stood in the air and pointed her white index finger in that direction. Dozens of black vortexes appeared in front of her, and in the next moment, beams of terrifying heat hit the center of these vortexes and locked them in a stalemate. At that moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through Brando's mind. As if he did not need to think, the odorfice in his right hand shot out a bright pillar of fire, and from top to bottom, he slashed towards dusk. This slash. There was no thought, no worry, as if there was no front and back, and it was here and there. Brando felt as if he was in a world that was both slow and fast. He looked at the tip of the sword in his hand, drawing a golden line in front of his eyes. His heart burned with anger, but the hand holding the sword did not waver at all. His mind was calm. At that moment, all the secrets of the universe were revealed in front of him. Line segments intertwined with each other. Whether it was Tiamat, the elemental barrier, the continent of Vaunt, or even the blue ocean and the convoluted clouds in the atmosphere, they were all intertwined with line segments. The lines of different colors described different laws. The sun rose and set, the tides rose and fell, the trade winds went back and forth, the mountains rose and fell, all things prospered, and the fire of civilization shone. Everything was arranged by the laws of all things and all things. This was the sword of the End Realm. At that moment, Brando clearly knew that he had once again touched the threshold of the End Realm. He even clearly knew that this was just a flash in the pan, but it indicated that his future path had been paved. From the extreme realm to the Saint Realm, there was only one path left. The mysteries of the laws were like a big book that was opened in front of him. It was a golden crescent moon. It cut open a bright and eye-catching narrow light in the dark universe. The laws of time and space all avoided in front of it. This sword seemed to have produced a difference in logic. It was at any position in any space at any time. Brando could totally think that this was the only sword in the world. In this era of Wond, no sword saint could take this sword. Even in the Amber Sword, no more than 20 players could escape from it. Not only because it was the End Realm's sword of the Saint Realm, but also because it was Odorfice. Unfortunately, Brando was facing dusk. It was the will of Wond's chaos. Roman used one hand to resist the Dragon Queen's attack, and with a backhand movement of his right hand, he drew a line in the air with his 5 fingers, and a sword light that looked exactly the same as the golden crescent moon appeared. But it was pitch black, like the 13th black moon that had fallen. Dusk was annoyed by the backup plan left behind by the Wisdom Dragon, so she didn't show any mercy. She wanted to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. But at this moment, 3 vines suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They suddenly grew out of nowhere near the merchant lady, and wrapped around her snow-white wrist. Roman didn't think much of it because the strength of the owner of the vine was too weak. Other than the fact that she was slightly surprised by the skill of hiding, she didn't think that a person with such weak strength would be able to hide so close to her without her noticing. But in the next moment, her expression changed. Tiamat's network was changing shape, and the nodes on it were swapping positions. From afar, it looked like a sophisticated machine. The gears on the machine were slowly turning, and the teeth merged with each other to change shape. The distance between these nodes was so great that every time they changed direction, the shape they formed would sweep across thousands of miles of the continent of Vont below. If one looked up at this scene from Wond, it would be a spectacular scene. But unfortunately, no one present was in the mood to admire it. The 24 nodes in Tiamat's network formed the constellation of the War Dragon. Roman immediately felt that the vine around her hand had changed. She could only watch helplessly as circles of lines of law appeared in the air and wrapped around her wrist, pulling her hand back. This kind of attack naturally couldn't do any damage to her, but it caused the pitch-black sword light to change direction. It crossed with Brando's golden sword light, and cut into Tiamat's network. A series of explosions occurred in Tiamat's network, and the dazzling light caused everyone to squint their eyes. The shockwaves from the explosions swept across the area, and many of the nodes broke off from the network and fell to the ground of Wond. When the black sword passed by him, even though it was several miles away, the side of Brendel's neck, arm, and waist were cut open. Blood immediately spurted out, forming a bloody path in the air. But he couldn't care less. He recognized the person who interfered with Dusk. It was Andesha. Mr. Brendel, the tree shepherds aren't completely useless. Andesha grit her teeth and grabbed the vines in her hands. Her eyes seemed to spit fire as she roared at him, "We will succeed." "Be careful," Brando wanted to shout at her. Chapter 1185. Be careful, Brando wanted to shout at the woman, but it was too late. The Will of Dusk grabbed the vine that was wrapped around Andesha's hand and pulled her towards herself. The Will of Dusk turned her hand into a blade and slashed at Andesha's chest, stabbing straight into her heart. The Lord of Decay from Tree Herders widened her eyes, and the purple light in her eyes quickly dimmed. She stared at the Dragon Queen not far away and tilted her head back. She was thrown away by the Will of Dusk. Like a broken doll, it fell into the void. "Lady Andesha!" A voice that Brando was familiar with shouted. It was Miss Tada's voice. Miss Tada's voice rang in his mind. Mr. Brando, cover us and create an opportunity for us. What opportunity? Mr. Brando, there is no time to explain. Please trust us. Tada's voice was full of urgency. Brando, I am Alanta. Another voice rang in his mind. Mr. Brando. It was the Elven Queen's voice. Brando immediately reacted and nodded silently. The Will of Dusk seemed to have expected that there would be someone hiding in the void. She raised her head and shouted, "Come out, vermin." The woman that she killed was not a threat to her at all, but someone had used the power of the war dragon to kill her. This made her extremely angry. She had already guessed the identity of the other party. It must be someone that Odin had left behind. She did not expect that Odin and Crystal would trick her in the end. But it was at this moment that the golden sword was already in front of her. This sword was not a problem for her at all. Although she had spent some time dealing with Andesha, dealing with Brando's attack was just a matter of raising her hand. Trash, what a piece of trash. Martha's descendant is only left with this kind of power. She shouted angrily as she pulled out her right hand to block the sword. However, the Will of Dusk had forgotten that she had already neglected the other side's defense when dealing with Andesha. In fact, she did not pay much attention to the Dragon Queen's attack, and deliberately led her to exhaust her strength. The black vortices were just summoned by her, and she purposely maintained the same level of power as Gwendolyn so that she would not have the time to do anything else. But she kept diverting her attention, and the vortices that she had to maintain were on the verge of collapsing. The last straw that broke the camel's back was Gwendolyn's fury. She let out a shrill roar the moment Dusk's palm pierced Andesha's heart. Even though Andesha was just one of her many subordinates, her final words to Brendel had struck the softest spot in her heart. Under Gwendolyn's rage, the power of the crystal's legacy doubled in an instant. 17 beams pierced through the black vortex in front of the Dusk Will, and by the time Romaine reacted, the beams had already struck her body viciously. Ah! Romaine let out a shrill shriek. Although the attack was not enough to hurt her, she did not expect to be hit by such a weak attack. The pain contained in this scream was far less than the anger contained in it. But this attack was not the only one. Brando's sword landed heavily on her body in the next moment. But this strike made Brando's heart sink. Based on his expectations, this End Realm expert's sword should have accurately struck Dusk's shoulder, which was tilted backwards due to the Dragon Empress attack. Although it shouldn't have injured Dusk, it should have at least bought some time for Miss Tada and the others. But he did not expect his sword to be caught by the Roman Will of Dusk. Romaine stared at her with a furious expression. She had almost been knocked down from her position because of a stumble. This was a great humiliation. She was no longer the little girl from the countryside of Buchi. She was the Dusk Dragon, the will of all things. Ever since she fought with Martha and Woned, she had never tasted something like this. This was because she had always been attacking from outside of this world. In fact, this was the first time she had descended into this world in a physical form. If the last time she fought with the Knight of Sky Blue, she had only tasted the taste of being injured, then this time it was a complete humiliation. What was the Iron Person? It was like a speck of dust. Anyone who was hit by an ant would feel humiliated. At this moment, the will of the Dusk Dragon was filled with such anger. This was very strange. She felt that she shouldn't be so emotional. To the chaotic will, everything was nothing. No matter if it was glory, faith, ideals, or humiliation, they were all worthless. It was as if this world was not worth mentioning in her eyes. She shouldn't feel any extra emotions. However, she found that she was uncontrollably affected. Ever since she had been sealed by Canudel for more than 10 years, the emotions of the Roman and the kindness of the Silver Queen had unavoidably begun to affect this body. This was not a small matter. If the Roman was just one of the personalities of this body, then she could easily devour him. However, she knew that the Roman was just an extension of her will. Her will had fallen into a deep slumber and was affected by the kindness of the Silver Queen. No matter how strong she was, she could not devour her. As for devouring the kindness of the Silver Queen, it was a little too late. Dusk did not know whether this was good or bad. It was as if she had never felt human emotions before. She was extremely confused, but at the same time, she was even angrier. Because all of this was because of these damned insects. Get lost! She screamed angrily. Brando felt a terrifying power coming from his sword. The power was irresistible. It was as if the power could split heaven and earth. It was directly transmitted into his body. His vision turned black, as if he was about to fall into a world full of illusions. However, at this critical moment, he stared at the Roman's distorted face. His heart was full of despair and unwillingness, as if there was hope. The Halran Gaia and the blade of golden flame in his hands became extremely bright at the same time. The power of the law instantly formed a barrier in his heart. The power of the Twilight Dragon crashed into it like a tsunami. Brando immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he seized this opportunity and threw away the two swords as if he didn't care about his life. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Roman's collar, as if he wanted to pull the latter out of the black cocoon. At that moment, the will of Dusk was furious. She grabbed Brando's throat and pulled this arrogant guy up. Damn you, I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. Roman. Even though Romain was small, Brando felt as if he was being grabbed by the throat by a giant. He shouted with difficulty. Wake up. She is not you. Think of your dreams. Do you still remember our promise? Romain tilted her head and looked at Brando, a disdainful sneer on her face. Wake up? This is the awakened me, a complete me. As for the foolish village girl you like, she's just a fragment of my memory. Do you think that a fragment of my memory can control the will of chaos? Shut up. Brando immediately felt dizzy. He was like a fish out of water as he gasped for air and replied with difficulty, the will of chaos is nothing, you deserve to die. Romain was furious. She raised her hand and prepared to kill this damned maggot like how she killed Endesha. But when she raised her hand, she suddenly felt verdant in her hand tremble slightly. It was an extremely slight tremor that was almost undetectable. At that moment, three figures suddenly appeared above her head. Brando's vision was extremely narrow due to the lack of oxygen. He could barely see Miss Tata, Sage Eloranta, and the Elven Queen. Mr. Brando. Miss Tata spoke softly, I'll leave the rest to you. Brando was stunned. He was dizzy and did not know what was going on. He saw Miss Fairy pointing her finger at him and making a light stroke. Roman's hand that was choking Kieran's throat loosened on its own because of the simple stroke. Then, an invisible force separated him from Roman. The will of Dusk was slightly stunned. She had already noticed the existence of these people, but she did not pay much attention to them at first. It was just a few springs, what was the big deal? But the moment Tata made a move, she felt that something was wrong. What kind of power is this? Roman asked in a shrill voice as her expression changed. However, Tata did not pay any attention to her. Instead, she pulled out something from her bosom. Brando felt as if his neck had been cut by a knife. He gasped for air, and it took him a while to feel the body below his neck. But when he looked up and saw the thing in Tata's hand, he was stunned. It was a golden disc. It was a war slate. This thing. Roman's pupils shrank abruptly. She shrieked, her body almost turning into a straight line as she shot towards the fairy in midair, reaching out to snatch the thing in the latter's hand. But someone was faster than her. Dusk's will had just moved when a huge shadow blocked her way. It was Gwendolyn with a solemn expression. I failed once, and I made a terrible mistake. The Dragon Queen's golden eyes stared coldly at her, her voice hoarse. I lost, so it's my turn to fulfill my promise. Chapter 1186. The moment the Dragon Queen stopped the Dusk Will, Brando's eyes fell on the war slate in Miss Tata's hands. The slate was half the size of a palm and less than half an inch thick. Miss Tata had to use both hands to hug it. Although it was called a slate, it was actually made of golden metal. The surface of the slate was etched with lines that formed a magic circle or some text. These words were passed down from an ancient era and looked like patterns made up of circles and triangles. However, there was a serial number on the edge of the slate, G, RNQ 00000004. This serial number looked like the real name of the demon, but it was not. Every war slate had a serial number. The players tended to think that this was the order they used to be in the Sky Library of Babel Fortress. However, in most of the war slates, only a few of them started with G. That was the Book of Gold, the rarest existence of the war slate. Among the inheritance and knowledge that the divine people left to the world and recorded on the slate, part of it was written in the divine language. The knowledge on it was as vast as the sea, obscure and difficult to understand, but it contained the deepest secrets of the world. In the future, such a golden slate also appeared. It was called the White Mountain Manuscript, because this slate fell in the White Mountain and was picked up by an old wizard. He became a real great wizard through the inheritance on this slate and rediscovered the secret of the Buga Titan of the previous generation. Later, the only Titan was only half completed before it was taken away by the Lord of Latakia, Vladimir the Great. Thus, the war in the mortal world began. For the next half a century, the flames of war spread across the continent. This golden slate could be said to be the fuse of this protracted war. However, the true value of the White Mountain Manuscript was not reflected in this point. Although the giant divine weapon, Tranquil, was one of the ultimate inheritances of the Buga people after the destruction of Babel Tower, these demigod-level construct creatures, the spirits in the clouds, were actually only level 17 creatures and were difficult to mass-produce. Although they were worthy of being taken back, the Buga people would not drag themselves into the mortal world for this. However, everyone knew that the key to the existence of the Titan was not itself, but the ultimate mystery of life, thunder and wind elements. That must be one of the ultimate paths to the power of existence. After the year of the spark, the mortal world had a great battle with the sorcerers. Wasn't it because of this? While the players were unscrupulous in their pursuit of power, the wizards were also pursuing the ultimate secrets left behind by Martha. If it weren't for this war, would there have been such a thing as the war slate simulating the holy birth and allowing the players to enter the realm of perfect bodies? It was not an exaggeration to say that the Book of Gold changed the entire course of Won's history. However, the golden stone slab in Tada's hand was different from the one Brando had seen before. First of all, it was smaller and more exquisite. Its surface was engraved with Gaia's emblem similar to that of Earth. The key was its serial number, G, RNQ 00000004. This serial number seemed to be the fourth stone slab of this type, and it was very close to the front. The one Brando knew was numbered 17, but he had never seen one with a higher number. Perhaps there were more, but it was enough to show how rare this type of stone slab was. The stone slab in Tada's hand was obviously even more precious. As for what it was used for, he might not know, but from the shock and anxiety on the face of the Dusk's will, he could see some clues. Various complicated thoughts flashed through Brando's mind. In fact, in the blink of an eye, the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn had already clashed with the Roman. Perhaps it was not appropriate to say that they were clashing, because the merchant lady only stretched out her left hand like she was swatting a fly, and Gwendolyn was sent flying with a groan. Then, the Duskswill took another step forward, crossing a distance of a few thousand meters. It was not because she was fast, but because space collapsed under her feet. It was as if order and law were meaningless to her. However, at this moment, the scepter that represented nature and life, verdant, was in her hand. The law of Tiamat did not reject her too much, and she could easily penetrate the barrier of elements and order, allowing the power of chaos to seep into this world and be controlled by her. Although the Dusk Dragon in such a state might not be as terrifying and powerful as when it commanded thousands of troops in the war of the previous eras, it had almost no weakness, and the few people present had no way to deal with it. She took a step forward and came in front of Tada, reaching out her hand without hesitation. The fairy lady was obviously not good at fighting, and she did not expect the latter to come in such a hurry when she was so far away. Faced with this sudden grab, she was stunned, and her eyes widened in bewilderment, as if she could not react in time. With Tata in such a state, Eloranta and the Elven Queen could not even save her in time. In fact, they did not react in time. They had experienced the tragic war of the Holy Saints, but their estimation of the Dusk Dragon's power still existed in their imagination. However, it was a power that exceeded the limits of the imagination of mortals. The fairy lady seemed to be unable to dodge, and was about to be grabbed by the Roman, but at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew from the side and hit the former, knocking the fairy lady back a few times. The merchant lady's hand moved first and caught nothing. She was stunned for a moment before she realized that someone had ruined her plans. The figure that suddenly appeared was of course the ancient witch spirit, Lady White Fog. After she knocked Tata away, she immediately ran a few steps to the latter's side, picked her up by the back of her collar, and ran away. Seeing this, the Dusk Dragon's will could not help but roar. Although she had obtained Martha's order, she had lost her calm judgment, and was not familiar with this body. In fact, she could not quite accept the fact that she had a physical body. It was as if a higher dimensional creature had come to a lower dimension, or from a person to a line segment. Her will was almost omniscient, but knowing and doing were not the same after all. The Dusk Dragon was furious and chased after her, but before she could take a step, a black shadow pounced from below. It was the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn, who was covered in blood. Half of her right wing was broken, and the bone was hanging in a twisted shape. Her wings were drooping and motionless, and her tail and back were full of wounds. However, this injury did not stop her. After the black dragon let out a long roar, she pressed down on the Roman from behind and covered the merchant lady under her body. At the same time, she raised her head and shouted at Tata, Eloranta, and the Elven Queen in the air. "Quick, what are you waiting for? Seal me together with her." At this moment, Eloranta and the wild Elven Queen finally reacted. In fact, from the moment the Dusk Dragon attacked the Dragon Queen, to the moment the white fog knocked Tata away, and the Dragon Queen flew back again, it was only a moment. But this moment was enough to decide many things. After all, the Earth Sage Eloranta had experienced the Holy War, and her identity as a warrior made her far more sensitive than the wild Elven Queen. When the latter just realized what had happened, Eloranta had already taken out something from her arms and held it in her hand. It was also a war slate shining with golden light. RNQ 00000002, you all, damn it. The Roman was bound in the Dragon Queen's arms and happened to see this scene. She was furious and knew that it was too late for her to stop it. However, at this moment, the expression on the Dusk Dragon's face suddenly calmed down. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. It was as if their hearts had skipped a beat. They clearly saw two red lights light up in the Dusk Dragon's black vortex-like eyes. At that moment, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire space. What kind of great power was that? Everyone groaned at the same time and was bounced away at the same time, shooting in all directions like cannonballs. White mist rolled dozens of miles away with Tata in her mouth, then fell into the void and lost consciousness. The Elven Queen crashed into a floating wreckage in the universe and immediately smashed the wreckage into pieces. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Only the Earth Sage Eloranta was slightly better, but she also retreated a few thousand meters before stopping. As for the Fire Fairy Prince Lute, who was standing the furthest away and was not qualified to participate in the battle, he was directly sent flying by the pressure. He fell into Tiamat's silver network and lost consciousness. But at this moment, no one could care about him at all. Only Malurcha, who was also unable to intervene, saw this scene and hurriedly turned around and ran in that direction. Fayez, who was behind it, screamed in fear. In fact, the two of them had appeared together with the white mist, but because the latter was very sensitive to the fluctuation of magic power, they had stayed far away from the battlefield from the beginning and were not affected. But for Brando, the situation was somewhat different. The pressure seemed to pass through his body at the first moment, but it did not push him away. He only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if there was a moment of blankness in his thoughts, and his hair stood on end like a hedgehog. That kind of pressure that made him uneasy almost instantly awakened the memories in his heart, making him feel as if he had returned to Fathom Harbor at that time. He saw that terrifying eye appear in the vortex in the sky, coldly staring at him through the chaos in the dark. That was a great will. It stopped outside the barrier of this world, but just looking at this world indifferently was enough to make everything tremble. This was the true power of the Dusk Dragon. Chapter 1187. Although the idea of imprisoning Dragon Queen Gwendolyn in a cage based on the Roman's body and Constance's kind personality failed miserably, she was at least right about one thing. The power of chaos could not be completely brought into the world of Wonde, let alone materialize within the laws of Tiamat. Because the whole of Wonde could not withstand the will of the twilight. Even if all the magic and laws of Wonde were drained, it would not be able to recreate even 1% of the Twilight Dragon's power. This was an existence that even the gods had to fear. How could a few mere mortals treat it as nothing? The invincible power swept through the entire elemental barrier, but the Roman quickly noticed Brando, who was floating in the void, seemingly unaffected. She saw with her own eyes that her power passed through the latter's body, but as if there was nothing there, it swept through without any hindrance. She exclaimed softly, feeling that the verdant in her hand was slightly hot. At this moment, Brando's mind was in a mess. It was as if a lot of memories flooded in, turning into a mess of fragments and images, flashing in front of his eyes. It was like a fast-forwarded movie. The speed at which the scenes changed was so fast that it was dazzling and too much for the eyes to take in. The scenes took place in Bucci, Fortress Reden, and Brugloss. It was like a life and death struggle in a dark forest. Sometimes, it was like a banquet under the dim light, where people were drinking and dancing. Or it was in the mountains of Grenoires, the black pine forest on the gentle slope against the starry sky, castles, manors, marching troops, people and horses, wind lanterns hanging on the saddle, and a silent knight wearing a metal mask. It was like the conspiracy behind the thick curtains in Ampere Seal and Coldwood Castle. He heard the voices of people arguing. The princess's voice, Amandina's voice, Freya's voice, and finally all kinds of voices buzzed and buzzed, annoying him to no end. But it was in such a mess of lights and shadows that his heart was strangely calm. He remembered some things. Tullman had told him that Martha hoped that the Iron Folk could defeat Dusk, but this hope was so illusory. No matter how one looked at it, it was just a depressing despair. This was an era that belonged to mortals. Everything he was familiar with, whether it was Princess Griffine, the Little Prince, the Valkyrie who had followed him in the past Erewhon, or the overly serious Amandina. Or rather, he opened a new bar in the Menta area. Every time he saw a red copper dragon Redo, he would smile, and everyone else. In his memories, he saw Chiara who pressed the crystal pendant of Cypher's heart into his palm, Vahina who was furious in his family's castle, and Knight Jocko who somewhat worshipped him. Many, many people, he hoped that all of this could be preserved. He did not agree with Constance's philosophy, nor did he dare to agree with the tree herder's approach. Perhaps the dark dragon Odin had noble intentions to protect this world, but his approach was not necessarily correct. He believed in himself, believed in Martha, believed that even in the game, the players could defeat the Dusk Dragon. He believed that in this world, he could do the same. But at this moment, he doubted it. Because he deeply understood that in his heart, he also lacked confidence. What if he was wrong? In the face of this terrible power, how could the weak mortals resist it? Perhaps the Silver Queen, Odin, and the tree herders were not wrong, because Lady Martha might really be wrong. She should have chosen another path from the beginning. He was in a daze, but Haku's voice in his mind sounded a little anxious. Brando, you bastard, wake up. What this elven lady regretted the most now was that she should not have been so aggressive in the beginning, causing Brando to isolate her in a corner of his spiritual world. Now, she had no one to respond to her. Because she had lost the ability to spy on Brando's spiritual world, she did not know what kind of state he was in, but this guy dared to be in a daze in front of the Dusk Dragon. She really did not know whether to be angry at herself or to hang him up and beat him up. Unfortunately, Brando obviously could not understand the lady's anxiety, so all of her calls went unanswered. She looked in the direction of the Dusk Dragon. The merchant lady gently struggled out of Dragon Queen Gwendolyn's embrace. To be precise, the latter could no longer maintain her previous posture. As the one closest to the Roman, she was naturally the first to bear the brunt and suffered the most injuries. At this moment, she had lost the ability to maintain her original form and had returned to her weak human form. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her forehead was full of blood. The blood flowed down her cheeks and turned into blood droplets that floated in the gravity-free universe. She had lost an arm, and blood flowed out of the wound like a waterfall. The golden blood glistened under the morning sun rising from the horizon of wound. The dusk dragon pinched her chin. Gwendolyn had long lost consciousness, and who knew how many bones in her body were broken. She could only weakly allow the Roman to hold her head. Blood gushed out of her mouth and flowed onto the hands of the Roman, but the latter did not care. She gently stretched out her finger and wiped the Dragon Queen's lips. Her finger was golden, and then she put it to her lips and licked it with her tongue. In front of her, a black cocoon cage of light appeared out of nowhere. The cage was only slightly bigger than a fist, and within it was the fairy. Tada looked at her with a pale face, but the Roman used her other hand to throw away the unconscious Dragon Queen. She held up her hand, and in her palm was the glittering golden stone slab. She stared at the golden stone slab in fascination and sighed. How can I let you play Odin's old tricks again? Besides, 1,000 years or a few decades is just a breath to me. It's hard to understand your mentality of struggling at death's door. But I'm very worried about that bitch Martha's tricks, so I won't give you this chance. Lady Martha was your opponent for several eras. You have never won against her when she was still in this world, the fairy said with a pale face. What's the difference between insulting Mother and insulting yourself? You can kill all of us at any time. As a higher existence, what's the point of humiliating us? Indeed, the Roman replied. This is the source of my anger. Emotions are really unnecessary. I have some doubts about whether I did something wrong, but fortunately, the outcome has been decided. There was dead silence all around. The elven queen coughed and looked at Eloranta on the other side. The sage frowned, but shook her head at her, indicating that she should not act rashly. Haku's heart sank. At the last moment of this world, what she thought of was not Loki's Mercury staff, nor was it Osopal's eternal indestructible artifact. What she saw in front of her was the ethereal, pale, quiet face of an elf. It was her concubine's sister. Her name was Medisha. Little one, if you don't react, we'll all be buried with you, she murmured. But this sentence seemed to have some kind of effect. Brando's index finger moved slightly, and his eyelids opened a little. He felt that something had formed a connection with him. It was light, white and flawless. There was a soft sound, and even the Twilight Dragon, who was mocking the others, could not help but turn around. Everyone saw a bright brilliance rising in the darkness. It was a pair of wings. It protected Brando's back, piece by piece, and each piece was like the light of the birth of heaven and earth. Woned, such a world was born in the light. Life was born in the water, multiplied on the earth, protected by the wind, and endowed with wisdom by the flames. The mortal world was formed. First, it was water. The ice pearl and the shallow sea sword emerged from behind Brando, and a blue light flashed from the earth of Woned. William, who was trekking towards a rift valley in the Great Glacier, suddenly saw the entire fault zone glowing with a blue light. Then, with a long howl, he saw a blue brilliance rising from the rift valley into the sky. The mage leader looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. The blue light formed an ancient rune behind Brando. It was a ring-shaped eye, symbolizing the search for knowledge and truth. The observer's eye. Bai was the first to react. Then, it was the earth. The gray emblem of Gaia took shape. Finally, it was fire. It was a golden flame, with two snakes coiled inside. The three holy swords resonated with each other. However, the light wings behind Brando gently flapped, and the white feathers fell on the three runes. In the flickering light, it seemed to form a network, and in this huge network, the three ancient runes returned to each other. This Miss Tata was stunned in the cage. This is the wings of light. How is it possible? When did Lady Martha leave such a promise on Mr. Brando? The elfin queen could not help but blurt out. She coughed heavily, and then said in disbelief, "Ancient people, ancient kings, this is the supreme language. I give you wings made of light, and then I can promise you King Dash." Bai muttered to himself, "Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a talent? We were still looking for it, but Mr. Brando was clearly in front of us." Lady Martha, this is really. Brando seemed to turn a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. He raised his head, his eyes empty, and stretched out his right hand. It was all in an instant. The emerald flew out of the Roman's hand. The Twilight Dragon subconsciously wanted to hold it, but it was useless. This scepter of nature seemed to be unaffected by all rules and power, and it came to Brando's hand without hesitation. That was the power of life. So the world became. Brando looked at the Twilight Dragon and said lightly, "The next time we meet, it will be time for us to settle the score." Yellow Dragon. The cage that enveloped Tata was shattered. And the book of gold in Miss Merchant's hand actually emitted a dazzling light at this moment. "Lady Alanta. Your Majesty." Miss Fairy jumped up and shouted this sentence with all her might. "Complete the seal. P.S. It's the end of the month, please vote, friends, it'll be moldy if you stay any longer. Also, there are readers asking about the progress of the book. I can only say that it's not over yet. Overall, I'm still making progress, and it's not as abrupt as you think. I'll explain everything that needs to be explained. In my opinion, the ending is still relatively perfect, and there won't be any strange situations." Chapter 1189. Eloranta looked serious as if she had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. She immediately threw the war slate in the direction of the Twilight Dragon. The golden slate flew out of her hand, and after flying for dozens of meters, it suddenly stopped in mid-air and slowly began to rotate. It rotated 180 degrees clockwise, and the Gaia emblem in the center rotated counterclockwise at the same time. Then, with a soft click, it caved in. Full soft light gushed out from the caved-in Gaia emblem, and everyone present saw this scene at the same time. It was as if the dwarven god, steel forger Solon, in the myths, had taken out molten steel in front of his eternal forge, and then poured it into the trenches in the earth to forge the whole world. When the golden red lava flowed on the ground, everyone also saw lines that emitted golden light extending from the engravings of the slate. When the light touched the space outside the slate, it immediately spread out and formed a pale golden network. It was as if the golden book had expanded 100 times in an instant. Every time the light spread out along the network and touched the void, it quickly expanded 3 times in a row. With a soft sound, a huge circular array with 3 layers that slowly rotated in different directions was instantly formed. This circular array had the golden slate as the center, and 17 runes appeared on it, representing the laws, elements, and magic power. Order. Matter. Energy. The 3 existential forces determined the foundation of Won's existence. In the description of the Pale poem, they were the supreme authority that Martha had given to the existence of this world. They were the will of the world's creation, the cornerstone of the existence of the Tiamat law. It was the elemental code up through. Haku was stunned. This was the symbol of Martha's supreme power, and the mother of the gods had already given her scepter to the mortals. At this moment, she suddenly understood. What was the absolute saint? The supreme order, the power of existence. It was a power that mortals could not control. It was once only owned by the gods, and the Truth Parliament had used this power more than once to fight against the Twilight. However, the ancestors had tried many results, but they had to face the same possibility. As order became stronger and more complete, the resistance from dusk and chaos became more stubborn. The chaos of all things would always increase, and the eras would always end with rebirth and destruction. Only by fusing with the chaos could one return to the chaos. The lowly iron people seemed to be the only hope of this world. But who could guide a weak hope to grow into a flower of victory? The gods had long since disappeared, and the ancestors had also left this world. The mortals were still unable to control their own destiny, and the world still needed the final opportunity. It was as if the needle was pointing to the predetermined moment on the dial of a clock. When the gods released their hands, the rusty spring had already begun to reset. This was the final push of this world. Here is our agreement. Even if I have to sacrifice myself. She seemed to hear the grinding of gears in the void. Her gaze passed through 1,000 years, back to the time when the forest was quiet and distant, and the silver elves walked in the forest. It was a broken flag, a bloody sunset, and on the scorched land, the people who had lost their authority were making their last desperate gamble. The dragons, the wizards in the clouds, and the noble elves were not the main characters of this battle. The real 4 main characters were standing there, as if behind a hazy fog, a long blonde hair, a golden-red holy sword, an elf, and her remaining 21 knight, a noble from the White Bay Coast, holding a scepter, and a short-haired woman of few words. The man who was surrounded was already injured, and his body was a little bent, but he was even more calm. Then, all the dreams were shattered. Haku saw a sword, a long dark golden blade, and the cracks were filled with dark red light. However, the sword was burning with a golden red flame, like a holy flame that cleansed all the filth in the world. The sword was held in Brando's hand, and with a casual slash from bottom to top, the blade was still tens of thousands of meters away, and in the dark void, a golden line had extended from bottom to top beside the twilight dragon. A crack seemed to be cut in space, and then endless flames spewed out from it. The law of space, the flash strike sword art, the supreme mystery of the Flame King. At the same time, there was also the shallow sea sword, Sinna's ability to counter armies, but it was displayed in the form of flames. The law of the 2 swords merged into one in Brando's hand, and there was no sense of obstruction. Dusk was about to attack Eloranta, but she was forced back by Brando's sword. She felt a deep sense of fear from Brando's sword, and it was not Orpheus itself that attacked her, but a few of the basic laws of the Tiamat law. She even felt that if she did not avoid this sword, she might really be injured because of it. At this moment, the holy sword in Brando's hand was exactly the same as the spear she had faced before, or even stronger. She remembered the name of the spear. It was called Firmament, the Azure Spear. The merchant lady's dark pupils contracted deeply, and she finally felt threatened at this moment. Eloranta had already displayed the elemental code, through, and she knew what she was going to do at that moment. That damned woman, Martha, had indeed schemed against her again. But the latter had given her authority to mortals, which meant that she had actually destroyed herself. This was something that the Twilight Dragon had never thought of. How could she do this? For what? For those lowly insects? Such determination, such desperation, the departure of the god seemed to be just to let this world continue. But what she could not understand was, were the mortals who continued this world really the heirs of that glorious kingdom? She remembered the divine people who were her enemies, remembered Martha and the gods. They were completely different from the kingdom that struggled in the mortal world like beggars. Originally, she did not need to understand. Emotions like understanding order did not exist in the will of the Twilight Dragon. She also did not need to be angry, because anger did not belong to her cognition. But at this moment, complex emotions were transmitted from the kind personality of the Silver Queen, Constance. It was a form of life that she could not understand, full of low-level emotions and distracting thoughts, but she could not suppress them at this moment. Why? These damned guys, why do they do such meaningless things? In the past few eras, she had been enemies with these old-fashioned guys, and she could not even conquer these inflexible guys. It was a great shame. She could not understand, and even became furious because of it. She let out a scream and suddenly swept her palm towards the magic circle that Eloranta had unfolded. The black energy vortex hit the elemental code through, and the 3-layered magic circle shook violently because of this mighty blow, as if it would shatter together with the whole world of Wonde at any time. At this moment, a crack appeared on the land of Wonde, from the Great Glacier to the Alkash Mountains, from the Anzarita Plateau to the Great Plains. The earth sank, the sublime inland sea collapsed, and the giant island of Truvaya in the north of Hazel was divided into 3. At the same time, hundreds of islands on the new sea vaporized at the same time. When Eloranta saw this scene, her face turned pale, and blood almost immediately seeped out from under her skin, like bloody tears. Almost everyone felt a terrible scream in their minds, but only Brando ignored the storm and stabilized the holy sword Odorfice in his hand, and slashed at the twilight dragon with all his strength. The Roman turned her head, and a few black vortexes appeared between her and Brando. But at this time, the dazzling golden line drawn by Brando's blade suddenly turned into 9, and the 9 luminaries' sword art immediately penetrated the gap between the black vortexes and mercilessly slashed at the former. This was the second time the twilight dragon felt a sharp pain from the depths of her soul since she gained consciousness. In her memory, only the tip of the spear that seemed to shine with the verdant brilliance of the world hit her hard in the eye. She raised her head and wailed, and everything was in vain because of this. At this moment, it was like yesterday. Her attack was immediately interrupted because of this. In a split second, the elven queen covered her mouth with one hand, and blood dripped between her fingers. At the same time, she threw out the slate in her hand with the other hand. Among the 17 runes, there were also 3 laws: creation, existence, death. That was the integrity and consistency of the Tiamat law, the logic and cycle of the world, the beginning and end of everything, the true meaning of existence. When Brando saw the bright light, he faintly felt something in his heart. He seemed to have seen the beginning and end of time, the world before space and matter existed. It was like a great word, which could neither be described with words nor expressed with sound, but naturally represented all the truths of this world. Mortals only needed to look at it to understand everything. When the second array was formed, the twilight dragon immediately felt that her influence on the world was reduced by half. She saw the wounds on the ground begin to heal, the sea no longer boiled, and the mountains stopped moving horizontally and sinking. A thin, crystal-like barrier appeared between her and the 2 laws. This was the realm crystal barrier. A panicked expression appeared on Roman's face, and she reflexively tried to flee. But how could Brando give her the chance? He appeared between the elemental array in a flash, and his order points almost instantly dropped to 0. But he didn't care and directly blocked the twilight dragon. The merchant lady glared at him angrily. She didn't move, but a wave of space rippled between the two, like a raging wave that attacked Brando. At the same time, waves of spiritual attacks and pressure directly pressed against his spiritual world. Brando only felt his vision turn black, but his heart was keenly aware that the power of the twilight dragons had greatly weakened compared to before. Chapter 1190. At the same time, waves of spiritual attacks and pressure pressed down on his spiritual world. Brando only felt his vision darken, but his sharp senses told him that the power of twilights had greatly weakened. "Mr. Brando!" Tada shouted. Brando understood. He slashed his sword forward, gritting his teeth as he parted the twilight dragon's attack. Then, he took the risk of being heavily injured and plunged into the spatial crack. His shoulders, upper arms, and chest immediately exploded. Brendel covered his face with his hands, but there were several deep wounds on his forearms that exposed his bones. He immediately felt a piercing pain, but he didn't dare to be distracted. He charged through the spatial crack and entered the range of Twilight's will. Twilight's will immediately revealed a panicked expression. She wasn't good at close combat. More accurately, she wasn't good at using this body to fight in close combat. Not to mention that her power had been greatly weakened by the world crystal wall, and she couldn't completely suppress the few saints present. Roman immediately reached out to grab Brando. A black vortex of energy flashed between her and Roman, as if it wanted to tear this mortal in half. However, Brando was faster than her. How could a master warrior be afraid of fighting a witch in close combat? He threw Odorfice, and the golden flame sword immediately spun in the direction of the law of Tiamat. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a flickering dot of light. However, Brando didn't have time to care so much. He immediately grabbed Roman's wrist with his free hand and flipped it outwards. The black claw immediately brushed past him and swept across the space to his right. "Damn it, let go!" Romaine screamed angrily. She raised her large leather shoe and kicked Brando. This was almost an instinctive move of Roman. Brando had been hit more than once and wound. How could he let her use the same trick here? Halran Gaia flew out of his hand and brushed past Romaine. Just as the latter was about to tilt her body, Brando grabbed her ankle with his left hand as if he had expected it. Thus, Dusk's will immediately fell into Brando's hand in a strange position. She widened her eyes in shock, probably not expecting that a mortal would dare to humiliate her like this. But the most unbearable part was yet to come. After Brando grabbed her wrists and ankles, he leaned forward expressionlessly and hugged her tightly. At that very moment, Miss Merchant was stunned. Although she didn't know why she felt shocked, in theory, Dusk's will should be the most indifferent side of her. She was emotionless and would not be surprised by any unexpected events. Her every move should be the best choice. She would never make a mistake. However, it was a pity. At this moment, her mind was completely blank. It wasn't because she was shy like a young girl, but because she was so angry that it was about to overflow. This damn insect dares to. But it was just a moment of absent-mindedness. Brando had already hugged his fiancée's body tightly, and with the help of gravity, he slammed back into the thin crystal wall. When he passed through the crystal wall, he felt a strange feeling. It was as if the world behind the crystal wall was the world he was more familiar with. But it was at this moment that the Roman reacted. She immediately understood what the other party was planning to do, but she definitely couldn't let the third magic circle form. The Roman almost immediately raised her hand to throw this damn human out. She thought with hatred in her heart, Halran Gaia and Odorfice are not in your hands. Let's see what you have to stop me this time. But it was at this moment. Dusk's will widened her eyes in shock because she saw Brando hugging her tightly in his arms, suddenly tilting his head back and then slamming forward. Bang! The Dusk Dragon immediately experienced the third pain since she was injured twice. This pain was even more terrifying because it came from the deepest nightmare of the merchant girl's memory. It was said that it was the most severe punishment, even worse than pinching one's face. He had only used it on her twice when she snuck into the underground of Georgandy Ridge and sneaked into the carriage on the way to Rushta. Only twice. It was enough to leave a deep impression on the will of Dusk. That was an unforgettable blow. Although it might not have caused much damage, she felt as if she was seeing stars and her head was buzzing. It was as if the world had been turned upside down, and she could no longer tell which direction she was in. At that moment, she suddenly regretted. Perhaps obtaining the body of a divine being was not a wise thing to do. Compared to the Great Will, these lowly creatures were far too inferior. Full of weaknesses, the third slate finally rose into the sky. It was also shining brightly, and 17 runes appeared one by one on the light golden magic circle. Fate. Wisdom. Hope. Martha's words, Martha's blessing, these were the expectations of a mother for mortals, the gift of a great will to this world. The 3 magic circles were instantly formed. They were erected, and the 51 runes were erected from the magic circles, as if they had obtained a third dimension from 2 dimensions. 51 runes formed a circle around the Twilight Dragon. Clusters of light lit up on the 51 runes and connected with each other. The world crystal wall was becoming stronger and stronger, and gradually solidified, as if it had formed a huge crystal wall. Brando felt that the Dusk Dragon in his arms was getting weaker and weaker, and gradually became similar to the Roman. But when he looked into the latter's eyes, there was only deep hatred in the dark vortex. He gritted his teeth, and made up his mind to let the merchant girl return to his side. But it was at this moment. He saw another pale face. The Dragon Queen Gwendolyn was covered in blood. She was missing a hand, and the other hand was pressing on his shoulder. She half closed a bloody eye and stared at him with her remaining eye. This is not a place where you should be, go, don't disappoint Constance. Brando was about to say something. Suddenly, he felt a huge surge of power, and he couldn't help but let go of the Dusk's will. The next moment, he felt himself pass through the world crystal wall. There was a soft crack. The solidified crystal formed in front of him, and it turned into a crystal wall that stretched across the sky, blocking him and the Roman. The merchant girl's expression seemed to have become eternal, fixed at the last moment of the crystal's formation. The Dragon Queen's head was lowered, and she had lost her vitality. She was silently embedded in the crystal, standing beside her. He raised his head. He saw that the great sage, the Elven Queen, and Miss Tada were each sealed in a crystal. The colorless and transparent crystal was spreading up from their feet, as if it was formed into amber, and sealed them inside. Miss Tada? Brando was stunned. The fairy's face was pale, and she seemed to be using the last of her strength to smile at him. Mr. Brando, it's a pity that I can't see the moment when you're crowned king. It must be a glorious and desirable scene. Brando was stunned. He looked at this scene silently, but he suddenly remembered the scene he saw in the tomb where the dear demoness Helene was. He seemed to see the witch queen in the crystal wall, and saw Kelsey and that strange man. That is, he's my father. I know you must have seen him before, the Elven Queen replied. From the moment I saw you, I knew his ending, but I still want to thank you, Mr. Brendel. My answer is still the same as Lord Odin's, we have never regretted. The Elven Queen answered. Tada nodded weakly, because the highest order is destined to not be obtained by mortals. The mission of becoming a saint is to take care of mortals, but the order of the past must die. Only mortals can survive in this war. We have never regretted the path that Lord Martha once walked. Help me take care of Emily, Mr. Brando, the Elven Queen said weakly. Tell her that I love her. The fairy had been completely sealed in the crystal. She looked at Brando, unable to make any sound. But there was a gentleness in her eyes. Brando seemed to see the nostalgia of the past in her eyes. There was a carefree fairy there. Hello, my name is Rose. It was a crystal-like lakeside, with a beautiful stag, a lush forest, and beautiful memories. Brando. Elanta was the last to speak. She looked at the young man. This was the second time she had met Brando. Then she said, "Don't let Saint Tossel down. She thinks highly of you." Brando was speechless for a moment. That was the last time under the setting sun. The man looked at the four sages beside him and smiled helplessly. Elsa is the opportunity of this world, and the power is already in your hands. And the next era will be an even more insignificant era. You will see that era with your own eyes, see the declining glory, see the endless fall into despair, and see the last glimmer of light in the world of order, and I am just a coward who would rather die. Odin, there are no cowards among the crew's people. I will prove to you that humans are not that bad. The decline of the Myrnas is only because you are too high and mighty, arrogant and condescending. When the ancestors handed over the power to you, was the empire ever so degenerate? Degeneration is unavoidable. The man laughed in a carefree manner. The Myrnas, with their golden blood flowing in their veins, took thousands of years to complete this process, and the next era will only be more desperate and humble, like a long night without light, without a glimmer of dawn. You can't hear such despair in the songs of the nightingales. When the wind passes through the forest, it always brings the whispers of Goddess Elaine. Lord Odin, you and Teacher Tumun are not that kind of people. I can't see resentment in your eyes. You are reminding us. No, this is not a reminder, little girl, it is just a statement, without exaggeration. Because that era will be suffocating, so the people who shoulder the responsibility need to be more determined and full of courage. The Myrnas have fallen here, can their successors shoulder this heavy responsibility? I hope that you can be stronger than me, wiser than me, children. That way, you can see the future. Unfortunately, I dare not hope, because we have never succeeded, Lord Odin, we have never thought of wiping out the Myrnas. Mortals just want to have a place in this world. This is the recognition of history. Do the divine people still exist? Fanzin? Sometimes, my eyes can see through the fog and see the world in the foreseeable future. It is so small that it is like a portrayal of the end of the world. The kingdom and the people struggle to survive in the dust of the mortal world. The people forget their honor and the glory of the past. They kill each other with swords made of iron, and blood flows everywhere. Is that the world that Martha and the ancestors want? He shook his head. That is not the victory I want. Day and night, I can feel the pain and hesitation of the ancestors in my heart. Sometimes, it takes more courage to live than to die. Unfortunately, I am not a hero. I'm just a person who can't change but still tries to struggle. Just like Lagerwiese said, I'm just a complete idiot. Gretel, Saint Tassol, Fanzon, Alanta, I can see your futures, and I think you are the same, Odin. I have never hesitated. Running away will not solve the problem. You are full of courage. Oderfeis is the portrayal of your valor. It is always indomitable, as if it is wisdom shining with golden light. None of the four sages retreated. The man closed his eyes and sighed softly. 8. Strngth The Emperor and the Fool's Chance Meeting. Chapter 1191. Brendel watched as the crystal spread up the sage's neck, covering Eleranta's chin, lips, nose tip, and lower eyelids. The latter's eyes that were looking at him were permanently fixed at that moment, forming a whole piece of natural crystal suspended in the universe. The scene behind the crystal was like a faded photo, as if time had been sealed in it. The surroundings became quiet, leaving only the rumbling of magic and chaos in the depths of the void, like the howling of the wind, and the sound of the blood pulsing in the walls of the cavity. Brando remained motionless, the corner of his eyes reflected the halo above the atmosphere of the wound continent. Specks of brilliance flickered in the fluorescent atmosphere, dragging a long tail of flame as they fell to the ground. A flash of light lit up in the wilderness of the four realms. There was no sound in the universe, and densely packed spots of light lit up in succession near the flash of light. Brando blinked, as if awakened by such a scene. He looked at the scene on the continent and finally realized that the countdown to the destruction of the world had just begun. The sages of the past had sacrificed their lives, but they had only temporarily slowed down its pace. Perhaps it would take a few decades, or 10 years, or even a few years. Brando understood that there was not much time left for him, and looked affectionately at the merchant lady who was sealed in the crystal. He did not know how the players in the Amber Sword should fight against the will of Dusk, but perhaps the only way was to find the Amber Sword. The Azure Knight once injured the Twilight Dragon with the incomplete Azure Lance, and in the previous battle, the only thing that posed a threat to Dusk was the law of the Amber Sword formed by the combination of Halran Gaia, Blade of Golden Flame, Verdant, and Shallow Sea in his hands. "Wait for me, Roman, I will save you." He murmured, "I promised you that I would make you the biggest merchant in the world, and this time I won't go back on my word." "Where are you going?" Haku suddenly asked in his mind, to Fanzon or Madara. "Are you going to find the Scepter of Light and the Scepter of Darkness? Let's think of a way to leave this place first." Brando moved his somewhat stiff body. Previously, when he was fighting the Twilight Dragon, he did not feel anything due to the accelerated secretion of adrenaline. But now, the pain seemed to have returned to him. With just a slight movement, a heart-wrenching pain spread through his limbs and bones, causing him to furrow his brows. Large beads of sweat immediately seeped out from his forehead. "You broke at least 3 ribs, your left forearm is fractured, and your calf is injured. Most of your injuries were caused when you fought the Twilight Dragon at close range. You underestimated the Twilight Dragon too much. Even if you have a new body and are suppressed by the World Crystal Wall, you shouldn't have been so careless," Haku said with a frown. When Brando heard her say, "a new body," he felt a little unhappy. That was not a medium that could be changed at will. That was the merchant lady who looked at him with concern in Butchie and asked him with a timid voice, "Are you all right, Brando?" She was a living person, not a puppet of the Twilight Dragon, nor was she an incomplete memory. He clenched his fist and did not reply. Haku, who had thousands of years of experience in human society, was sharp enough to guess what he was thinking when she saw his expression. She sighed softly and said, "I suggest you take a rest. The flow of time here is slower than in Wonde, and the seal left behind by the 4 saints is enough to trap the will of the Twilight Dragon for a while. You still have time." However, Brando shook his head and said, "There's never too much time. Fanzon's Orb of Light is in the hands of the Church. It's easier said than done to get the holy item from Fanzon's descendants. Not to mention the Mercury Scepter and the other holy items that have disappeared without a trace. Who knows how long it will take for us to find them." He paused for a moment before continuing, Miss Tata and the great sage have sacrificed their lives for this. How can I let them down? Haku did not refute, but reminded him, it's not necessarily a good thing to have too much on your shoulders. Brando was stunned. This did not sound like something this woman would say. You can think of this as me reflecting on myself. I've spent 1,000 years learning this lesson, and the bitter consequences are enough to wake me up. You've thought it through? What else can I do? Haku sighed and said, in the face of the inevitable fate of this world, the arrogance of mortals is too small. Perhaps I should find something more meaningful to do. You can think of it as me looking for excitement. It's like seeing if you can reverse all of this. It's as if this is the only way to give my dead soul a little vitality. Brando sensed a strong sense of world weariness from Haku's words. He did not know if this came from the woman's personality or her identity as an undead, because the biggest problem with the undead's immortality was that they had a tendency to self-destruct. Most undead that had existed for thousands of years would become crazy. They would either lose their sense of self and become a completely different person, or they would become the enemy of the world and have the desire to destroy everything. However, Haku's change obviously did not make him feel at ease. Perhaps the power of the Twilight Dragon to destroy everything had made her lose her original goal, and this was the most dangerous state for her. Don't you want to see Medisha? He asked. Haku fell silent. Maybe there's a chance, she said, but maybe she doesn't recognize me as her sister anymore. I've been deceiving myself for so many years, but with her intelligence, she must have guessed that I deliberately let her die. Brando trembled and almost fell from the void. He never dreamed that his casual words would lead to such a big secret. This woman must be crazy, he thought. The other party suddenly revealed such a big piece of information, and an unintentional bystander like him would be the last person to be silenced. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the other party's emotions were unstable. She might regret what she said at any time. At that time, she would come back to settle the score with him. With this woman's crazy and stubborn drive, that would really be a big problem. It was the first time in his life that Brando felt that secrets and rumors were so unfriendly. He wished that this woman would shut up, but he did not expect things to go against his wishes. Haku turned back and asked him, a sister who killed her own sister, and then killed more people to make up for this mistake. From the beginning to the end, it was just to make myself feel at ease. How can such a selfish person deserve true love? You mean Mr. de Villefort? Brando was surprised. He did not expect this man to occupy such an important position in Haku's heart. That's why I killed him, because I didn't want to see myself deceiving others and myself. Brando's forehead was sweating even more. You have gone into another corner, Miss Tiamas, he hurriedly said. Maybe you have done a lot of wrong things, but you can't escape death and the judgment of your own heart. One day, you will put your soul on the scale, and those innocent people you killed will naturally pay for it. But self-denial is meaningless. Unless you want to die now, it's better to think about what we should do next. Besides, Medisha did not blame you. You are her sister after all. Brando could not help but wonder how much the little princess was hiding from him. Tiamas's statement and her self-introduction did not match at all. He would rather believe this woman. After all, there were not many people in the world who liked to slander themselves. You don't have to be afraid that I will trouble you, Bai Leng said with a smile. I just thought of these things for a while. You can rest assured that I will not trouble you because of these things. I know that you want to leave this place, and it is actually not difficult. Brando thought to himself that it would be strange if he believed her. The personal experience of a certain Mr. Villefort was the best footnote to trust this woman. However, he was quickly attracted by the latter half of her words and asked, Do you know how to leave this place? He really did not want to stay here for a moment longer because it was not the Roman who was sealed here, but the Twilight Dragon. The only thing that left him with the deepest impression was despair and powerlessness. His strength was far from enough to control his own fate. The first meeting with the Twilight Dragon taught him a profound lesson. The merchant lady who was left there was a scar in his heart, constantly reminding him what he should do. Fortunately, he still had the memory from another world. That soul made him understand that he still had a chance and how to seize this opportunity. There was no quest in this world that players could not solve. There was also no boss that players could not defeat. No matter how sharp Bai was, she could not detect what Brando was thinking at the moment. She nodded and replied, "The easiest way to leave here is of course to fall directly from the elemental barrier, just like the invading forces of chaos." "Don't joke around, Miss Tiamas." "Humph, since you don't like this suggestion, then there is only the second way. That is to wait until someone teleports you back to the prime material plane." "Who would do that?" Brando was puzzled. What Eloranta and Miss Sprite sealed was only a will of the Twilight Dragon. Although this will should be the main consciousness of chaos, now that this consciousness has been forced back to the outside of the world's crystal barrier, where its main body is sleeping in the sea of magic, do you think it will be indifferent? "I don't quite understand." "It's okay, you will understand soon." You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.